studies to partner on this particular conference. I heartily welcome Commodore Vasan and his team at C3S. And I also welcome Ambassador TCA Raghavan, who has been instrumental in a lot of academic activities, especially in this part of the country. On behalf of C3S and Center for East Asian Studies, I extend a warm welcome to you, sir, Ambassador Raghavan. And I'm also grateful to Father Jose, our beloved Vice Chancellor, for his vision and unstinted support for all the center's activities and all the academic activities that's going on, not only in the university, but also in the academia. Hearty welcome to you, Father, and thanks for all your support that you have been rendering. And with utmost happiness, I welcome my old friend, Captain Gurpreet Kurana, and Dr. Darish is not here, and other experts, Admiral Rommel from Philippines, he is already online, and Ms. Tu from Singapore, welcome to you, and Ms. Tan from Malaysia, and Ms. Hyong from Vietnam, who has joined from Vietnam. She must be here online. And I also extend hearty welcome to all my colleagues at the department, Dr. Vageshwari SP, our head of the department, Dr. Madhumati, the coordinator of the department, and all the student panelists who will be talking in the afternoon. And my dear students, I heartily welcome to you all. Before we proceed, I would request Father Jose to unveil the East Asia app. This app has been created. It took a year or so in collaboration with the Computer Science Department of Christ University. We have put together to this particular app. Of course, it will be available with App Store shortly to bring out a lot of opportunities as far as East Asia is concerned. Usually we look west for the opportunities in terms of studies or fellowships or grants and things like that. But when we looked at the eastern part of the world has a lot of opportunities. So this app is all about the opportunities on East Asia. So I would acknowledge the services of the Computer Science Department. I'm not sure they are around here, and they have done a lot of hard work, especially the center's researchers and the Computer Science Department in putting this app together. I'm sure you will find this app very, very useful for your career opportunities. And that is one of the core philosophies of the center, to look at the career and growth for all the students who we see as the future. Now I request Father to inaugurate this particular app.
Thank you so much, Father. It is my pleasure to call upon Commodore R.S. Vasan, Director General, Chennai Center for China Studies, to kindly deliver the keynote address. Commodore Vasan is an alumnus of the Defense Services Staff College and the Naval War College. He has distinguished service of over 34 years in the Navy and Coast Guard. Please, sir.
Thank you. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ambassador TCA Raghavan, who I've known for years now. I was very keen to attend this. Unfortunately, because of a post-surgery recovery, he's not able to come, but I'm so happy to see him here. Admiral Rommel, other guests from East Asian countries who have been very kind to join us online, though they were not able to make it, and Ms. Tu, who, of course, went through certain amount of adventure to get her visa and be here with us this morning. Father Joseph, Vice Chancellor, and Professor Manoharan, who I've known him again for years, Captain Gurpreet, and all the wonderful students who are here. And it's for you and the team that has put this together from C3S and from CEAS. It's my proud privilege and honor to be here. This has been in the making for some time. In fact, the very first ASEAN flag event was conducted by Chennai Center for China Studies in January this year. We conducted this in Chennai, and there we are looking at shared values and prosperity. So this is, I think, a great opportunity for us to have this on an annual basis. And so we are very proud and happy that the Christ University CEAS has agreed to be our partners in our future endeavors such as this, which would be aimed at reaching out to the community with ATSEA, which is the student community. So I must again compliment Professor Manoharan and his team in the computer department for launching a wonderful website today. It's so imaginatively made. And so in one stop, one window solution for all the things that you want to know about student opportunities, about MITs and various things. So I'm very happy that we've been able to do this. So full marks to you and the team who made this happen. And as far as the today's conference itself is concerned, like I said, ASEAN is central. And ASEAN themselves, all the 10 member countries, believe that they are central to whatever is happening in the global power dynamics play. So therefore, we decided some time ago that we need to try and get the voice of those representatives in the ASEAN countries to come and tell us about how they view it, the developments in East Asia, but also in the Indo-Pacific. Everybody uses this word Indo-Pacific, and there are different definitions. But the point is that I went through your website, and where you clearly say that it's both the continental as well as the ocean landscape from east of Africa right up to Australia and beyond. That's defined as the area of significance. So likewise, we in the Chennai Center for China Studies are interested in both in the Indian Ocean region and the Indo-Pacific area because of Chinese active engagement and involvement over here. So moving on from the last conference that we did this earlier, so we thought it's a great opportunity to look at the challenges that there are in the recent developments, particularly after 2019, after COVID, where there's been phenomenal amount of turmoil in the global power play because of two major players, USA and China. And of course, the others who are there in the region are equally affected. And more so in the ASEAN countries, where we find that China has used every means in the book or outside the book to wield influence and power on these smaller countries. And as you will see in many presentations that will be ahead of us, it's not even allowed the bloc of ASEAN to work together. The code of conduct is a classic example, which I'm sure people will talk about, where it does not believe in dealing with a group of people because that is strength. We'd rather deal them with individually, so that it's easy to deal with them by using economic power, influence, buying out people. So various things are there. All these are cataloged. There is nothing that's being invented here to target China as the only player who's doing all this. But the point is that this is where the ASEAN, which has been in existence for many decades now, is in the center of whatever is happening. So it conforms to our own policy of look east. India's look east policy is synonymous with ASEAN's reaching out to its west and south. And therefore, there are individually many initiatives that have been taken by India to reach out to these countries. And likewise, there is reciprocity, whether it is in economics, whether it is in defense alliances, whether it is even ASEAN working together as a bloc to have a combined very first military naval exercise early this year. So that tells us that these are careful trajectories that are being nurtured to move this forward and make it a powerful, strong bloc that can serve not only its own interests, but the interests of what we identified in the theme as prosperity, security, and economic growth. All these are important, and these are the pillars on which we are going to have discussions. And as far as our own involvement with Christ University is concerned, I must mention that for many years now, students from Christ University have been coming to Chennai Center for China Studies for internship. And we are very happy to see the quality of people who come there. Because in C3S, we make it a point to not only groom them, but ensure that their publications are not only online, but they're published. So, this is where there is also a motivation on their part to know that their work will be seen in black and white. So we are very happy that, we've taken this relation forward. And I am only very confident that this will grow further. Because of time constraints, Professor Manoharan has not been able to tell you about other initiatives. But I'm again very happy to tell you that we're also trying to shape the voice of the South, in the sense that it's not a divide, but it's more to contribute to the process of nation building. Therefore, all the think tanks which are in southern India, you only hear about what Delhi does or does not do. So we would like to shape those voices. And so we are trying to do something together to try and see that, these think tanks here, which are located south of the Vindhyas, are able to walk together, talk together, and, have shape the voices of the South. And in the Center for East Asian Studies, I've clearly said that there's also an interest in the connection between South India and East Asia. It's not just religion or Buddhism, but there's also the Srivijaya Empire, the Chola empires. They've had phenomenal connections with this region. In fact, Singapore, from where you come, the original name is supposed to be Singapura, the lion, land of the lion. So, therefore, these are these historical connections which we would like to reinvent and ensure that ASEAN as a black and all the countries, all the member countries gain from our association with them by trying to understand their concerns and by trying to address these concerns together, by various mechanisms that are available, whether it's a regional mechanism such as the ASEAN Plus or the ADMM or the RCEP or whatever, and also the international relations which we have through institutions at the international level, of which I'm also happy to have Admiral Rommel, who's coming here, who will be talking to us. So there are serious issues out there in terms of use of military power, the militia, to buttress their claims in disputed exclusive economic zones. So these are issues of concern to the members. And, can we find solutions, amicable otherwise, would be the focus of this thing. And therefore, I would like to welcome all the resource persons who have taken time to join us physically as well as from their locations, despite the time constraints. So I'm grateful to all of them. And I'm also very happy that there are two separate student panels. This is another thing which I think should be a standard pattern in all the conferences, because these are these voices of the future generations that we need to hear, and not confine ourselves to listening to guys who are gray like me and Gurpreet, who cannot change their ideas even by 1 millimeter. So with that, let me extend a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of the two partnering organizations. Wish you great success. And I know this will be repeated year after year between us and the Christ University. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the right tone of the conference. I would now like to call Dr. Father Joe C.C., Vice Chancellor, Christ University, to kindly deliver the inaugural address. Dr. Father Joe C.C. has served the university in various leadership roles, such as Pro Vice Chancellor, Director of Student Services, the Center for Counseling and Health Services, the Department of Sociology, the Department of Social Work, and the Department of International Studies, Political Science, and History. He was pivotal in establishing the Pune Lavasa campus of Christ and overseeing the Delhi NCR campus. He is also the chief editor of the International Book Project, Encyclopedia of New Populism and its Responses in the 21st Century, published by Springer. Please, Father.
Good morning, everyone. Commodore R.S. Vasan, Dr. T.C.A. Raghavan, Captain Gurpreet Singh Khurana, Dr. Vageshwari, Dr. Manoharan, Dr. Madhumati, respected faculty members, and dear participants. It's with pleasure and honor that I welcome all of you to the Center for China Studies and Center for East Asian Studies of Christ University coming together for this one-day international conference. Firstly, I extend my appreciation to the organizers, the Center for East Asian Studies and the Center for China Studies, for bringing together eminent scholars, policymakers, and experts to deliberate on the critical issues shaping the Indo-Pacific region. And I would like to particularly speak about how a combined effort is going to bring a lot of value to the participants here, including those who are presenting the papers, participants or those panelists, and also those who are in the audience. So look at in a very positive way. Looking at from another point of view, the Center for East Asian Studies got another value, let's say, from the inauguration of Center for Korean Studies in Christ University under the leadership of Dr. Yon, who himself is a South Korean and a faculty and the director of Center for Digital Innovation in Christ University. Recently, the center was inaugurated by the Consul General of South Korea in Chennai in the presence of around 50 business leaders from South Korea. So having these centers gives us, as I said earlier, the kind of the values for all of us, those who are heading it and those who are also part of different processes of functioning, plus participants of different programs. I think this conference encapsulates the dynamism and the complexity of the Indo-Pacific region, where geopolitical, economic, and security considerations intersect. The evolution of Southeast Asian nations as pivotal players in the global arena, coupled with the ASEAN region's strategic significance, underscores the need for a comprehensive understanding of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. The theme of today's conference, ASEAN Centrality in the Indo-Pacific, is particularly relevant given the region's transformation into a global stage for strategic and economic interactions. Association of South and Southeast Asian nations, since its establishment in 1967, has played a pivotal role in fostering regional security and economic development. The adoption of ASEAN Charter in 2008 formalized the concept of ASEAN centrality, emphasizing the association's pivotal role in shaping regional architecture. As we gather here today, the Indo-Pacific is witnessing a complex interplay of power dynamics, security concerns, and economic imperatives. The challenges posed by maritime security issues, territorial disputes, and the specter of an arms race are daunting. The China's actions, including territorial encroachments, submarine patrols, and maritime militia activities, have added a layer of complexity to the region's geopolitical landscape. This conference aims to unravel these complexities and address pressing questions related to China's infrastructural investments, its influence on ASEAN states, the implications of submarine patrols, the dynamics of US FONO exercises, and the challenges and opportunities for India-ASEAN climate partnership, among others. We seek to foster a dialogue that transcends borders, bringing forth diverse perspectives and policy recommendations that can contribute to regional security, peace, and prosperity. In the spirit of collaboration and knowledge exchange, I encourage all participants to actively engage in discussions, share insights, and explore avenues for cooperation. Together, we can work towards building a future where Indo-Pacific region thrives on the principles of security, peace, and prosperity. As we conclude this message, let me also congratulate Dr. Manoharan, who had led the establishment of Center for East Asian Studies and bringing a lot of such collaborations with other think tanks and universities for the betterment of, let's say, academic pursuits and research and publications. So on behalf of everyone gathered here, let me thank Commodore R.S. Vasan and Dr. Manoharan for your leadership in bringing this international conference to Christ University. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you so much, Father. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Dr. T.C.A. Raghavan, former High Commissioner to Pakistan in Singapore and former Director General of the Indian Council of World Affairs. Apart from deployments in the Ministry of External Affairs, he has also served in Indian embassies and high commissions in Kuwait, Bhutan, and United Kingdom. He will be joining us online. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. Dr. Father Joseph C.C., Vice Chancellor, Dr. Manoharan, Director, Center for East Asian Studies, Commodore R.S. Vasan, Director General, Chennai Center for China Studies, Dr. Vageshwari, Head of Department, Political Science and History, Christ University, and all of the panelists and distinguished scholars and participants who are participating in this very important international conference. May I begin by apologizing that I am not there in person. That really was my intention, but unfortunately, because of some unforeseen developments, I was not able to travel. So my apologies for having to attend this very exciting conference online. I was particularly keen to attend because while I have visited Christ University earlier and had the opportunity to take part in some of its events, and similarly, I have participated in events of the Chennai Center for China Studies. I was keen to attend because this was a very interesting joint venture of these two very important institutions. So let me begin by apologizing for not being there in person, but also to thank all the organizers for having invited me and given me a chance to participate in these discussions. Let me start by commenting a little bit on what Commodore Vasan had said about linking think tanks and institutions, academic institutions in southern India. I think that's an entirely worthwhile venture because there is a particular somewhat fanciful and erroneous notion that because Delhi is the capital, it is also the repository of intellectual and scholarly activity. In fact, that is not so at all. And academic, scholarly, and analytical inputs into foreign policy from different parts of the country are absolutely vital to ensure that our external policies are well-rounded, are mature, and have internal consistency and sustainability in them. So let me congratulate both the institutions concerned for having conceptualized this particular conference and are now executing it so very effectively. We are discussing today the ideas of ASEAN centrality, Indo-Pacific, the Quad, in the general context of Chinese maritime military and economic assertion. And to some extent, there is a view in many circles that there is a shift of narrative away from ASEAN centrality and a greater focus on Quad and Indo-Pacific. And I'm sure this idea will be discussed in detail during in the different sessions of this conference. But since I'm speaking at the beginning, perhaps I may step back from these specific issues and look at today's theme of ASEAN centrality from a somewhat broader perspective. For the past decade or so, a central theme for discussion in strategic circles has been the assertion of Chinese military and economic power. The consequential China-US contest has become almost a kind of a meta-narrative or a defining principle of the forthcoming configurations in global architecture. Certainly in our region, concepts and doctrines such as the Indo-Pacific or the Quad are closely related to this wider change in global politics that the rise of China has represented. And yet, and this is the point I wish to begin with, it is also striking to see how major contemporary developments and issues are evolving in terms of their own logic and their own dynamic, quite distinct from this global quote-unquote meta-narrative. Thus, for example, if we look at the two conflicts that currently dominate our mental landscape in Gaza and in Ukraine, quite evidently, these have their own distinct logic and trajectory and provide a good example that regional issues and conflicts will maintain their own primacy, and it will not be easy to compress these trends into a wider global meta-trend or meta-narrative of the rise of China and US-China contestations. Why do I say this in the context of our discussions today with regard to ASEAN centrality? I think it is useful to remind ourselves that the entire concept of ASEAN centrality emerged as a consequence of a successful demonstration of a certain model of regional cooperation. I often think that we in India tend to overlook this very obvious reason for ASEAN centrality. And that obvious reason is successful regional cooperation. This very evidently is the reason why there is such a marked contrast between our perspectives when we look west, for instance, from our western coast, or when we look east from our eastern coast. To our east, ASEAN and ASEAN-led intergovernmental mechanisms, such as the ASEAN +3, the ASEAN +6, the ADMM+, etc., all underline that the entire region is crisscrossed by these intergovernmental structures. These regional mechanisms provide to the region a minimum stability to create a wider superstructure which supports the expansion of trade, investment, supply chains, etc. There is an obvious logic, therefore, in talking about ASEAN centrality here. But the whole process began with the deepening and widening of the original ASEAN idea. In a sense, therefore, success begets further success. How very extraordinary this is when we compare the perspective to the West with this situation. If the Bay of Bengal littoral merging with the wider Indian Ocean and if the Bay of Bengal merging with the wider Indian Ocean and the Pacific is a region crisscrossed by intergovernmental arrangements, the Arabian Sea littoral and the wider Indian Ocean to our west, all the way to the east coast of Africa, is not, however, a matching, a region which is marked by such intergovernmental arrangements for regional cooperation. There are numerous conflicts and potential conflicts within this region, and these are all quite evident. So while we can think of futuristic cooperative endeavors such as the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, these will remain on the drawing board in the absence of more elementary ideas of regional cooperation not having been tested or tried in the region to our west. So in its simplest form, ASEAN centrality derives its compelling logic from the fact that it has been a reasonably successful regional cooperation mechanism. And that centrality, therefore, will not be eroded by other factors or by changes in the overall strategic and geopolitical environment. For us in India, this ASEAN experience has an obvious relevance, as it enables us to reflect on the question of why regional cooperation has been a success in Southeast Asia, but not in South Asia or even in Southwest Asia. Why, for instance, has ASEAN been a success, but SAARC has not? And this is something which, when we talk about our wider region and when we situate ourselves in the context of Southeast Asia or Southwest Asia, or in maritime terms, in the context of the Indo-Pacific, it is always useful to ask this question, that why has ASEAN been successful while SAARC has not? Now, all of you who are familiar with the history of Southeast Asia in the 1950s, 60s, 70s will be conscious that it is not as if deep historical fault lines were not a characteristic of Southeast Asia in the way they are in South Asia or in other regions. In Southeast Asia too, you have had in the past deeply problematic relations such as you have today between India and Pakistan. In brief, if we recall the conflict-ridden history of Southeast Asia in the 1960s and 1970s, then clearly a different picture emerges from the kind of intergovernmental mechanisms which tend to dampen potential for conflict in the region, which has emerged since ASEAN deepened and widened its cooperation from the 1980s and 1990s. So in any discussion about ASEAN centrality, this question is something which we always have to keep, I think, uppermost in our mind. The second question which strikes me as being somewhat relevant to this discussion today is what is the importance of regional cooperation in a general sense. Now, when we look at the conflict in Ukraine, there are, of course, many explanations one can give as to why that conflict has erupted with such intensity. And some people have pointed, some scholars have pointed quite convincingly to the fact that this conflict can be related to the impulse to expand NATO even further into the east, and this overlooked Russia's geopolitical interests and its geopolitical insecurities. Others argue that this is an essential Russian impulse to strengthen its own position in its periphery and in its neighboring countries. And there are other explanations with regard to the breakdown of communications between Russia and the United States, or the breakdown of communications between NATO and Russia. But to my mind, the central takeaway from this conflict in Ukraine is quite simply that how badly relations between neighbors can go if they are not managed effectively. And clearly, if you look at the situation of Russia and Ukraine today, and possibly if the leaders of both these countries had been asked 3 or 4 years ago, would they have liked to be in this situation? Clearly, neither party would have wanted to be in the situation that they are in today. Perhaps it is too early to say who will be the winners of this conflict, but what is very clear is that the two principal losers are certainly going to be Russia and Ukraine itself. So the point is that when we talk about regional cooperation, it is always essential to keep in mind that particular trajectory where we do not want to go. And certainly a breakdown in neighborhood relations, such as has taken place between Russia and Ukraine, is a very good signpost of the trajectory you do not wish to follow. And I think this is where the ASEAN example has a certain relevance for us in other parts of Asia, especially in South Asia and Southwest Asia, because in its essence, it is no more than a successful model for countries to manage difficult neighborhood relations to the best extent possible. Now, it is certainly nobody's case that just as that there are no divisive fault lines or no major conflicts inherent in the Southeast Asian region. They are, and we can only look at the situation in Myanmar and the kind of differences this has led to within ASEAN, or you can look at earlier conflicts such as those between Vietnam and Cambodia, or between Cambodia and Thailand, and numerous other conflicts which have been part of the ASEAN region for many years. But the model itself of ASEAN, or the idea of bringing together all the countries concerned in a means to increase regional cooperation so as to dampen the potential for conflict, I think that key idea is what sustains and gave energy to the wider concept of ASEAN centrality, on which the whole idea of the ASEAN model being central to the Indian Ocean, or especially the Indian Ocean, how it came about. This idea, I think, is something which we don't often sufficiently pay attention to, because there is a certain primacy which is attached to more immediate factors, such as the strategic issues which are emerging between between US and China, or the kind of pushback which Chinese assertive behavior with all in its entire neighborhood has led to. With these remarks, may I again thank the organizers, and especially Dr. Manoharan and Commodore Vasan for having invited me to join you today. I greatly look forward to the discussions which will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such an enriching talk. I would now request Dr. Vageshwari, head of our department, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning, one and all. One of the main discourses and agendas of the Jaipur Literary Festival that is being organized this year and which is ongoing. William Dalrymple and Namita Gokhale, the organizers of the Jaipur Literary Festival, said that a main part of the conference is to literally map out the least noticeable maritime trade that India and South Asia always has had with the east coast of Africa, with that of Europe, as well as the Southeast Asian territories. And this is the Jaipur Literary Festival organizers very clearly articulated. This is an attempt to depoliticize as well as demysticize the idea that Silk Route was the only trade route, or the spice route was the only trade route. Rather, there were very many silk routes and spice routes that India, South Asia anchored between the West as well as between Southeast Asia. So it is in this background that the international conference that we are hosting, along with our partner institution, Chennai Study for Chinese Issues, Now, it is very relevant that this conference is going to look at a series of issues that dominate ASEAN as well as South Asia. To set the tone, we had today Commodore R.S. Vasan, Director General, Chennai Center for China Studies, who provided an overwhelming arc into what is possible with a collaboration between a think tank and the academic initiative. Sir, on behalf of the Department of International Studies, Political Science, History, and Christ University, I express to you our warm gratitude. Thank you very much. Any organization will be considered as blessed if there is a leadership which is a combination of academic strength and administrative acumen. And that is why we consider ourselves as very fortunate, because we have a maritime historian, an academician who is also heading the university and hence very clearly understands the nuances of what a department or an academic initiative needs and how well to layer it. Father, on behalf of all of us here, I express my deep thanks to you. It is not easy within a very short span of time to provide us with the structural composition as well as the necessity to deconstruct the whole of maritime, political, and trade relations between a very vast region like the ASEAN, as well as the Indo-Pacific and the Arabian Indian Ocean region. So on behalf of all of us, I thank Dr. T.C.A. Raghavan, former High Commissioner to Pakistan and Singapore, former Director General, Indian Council of World Affairs, for his very clearly articulated thoughts and providing a foundation for the conference to take forward the thoughts. Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of all of us, I also express my affectionate regards to all the participants, invitees, as well as to our students and my colleagues in the department, especially Dr. Manoharan, Director for Asian Studies, Center for East Asian Studies, and Dr. Madhumati Deshpande, our coordinator. Thank you very much. Hope we will have a very fruitful session onwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now request Father to kindly felicitate Dr. Vasan with a token of appreciation. Thank you, Father. I would now request Vasan sir to kindly felicitate Father and Ma'am Vageshwari. Thank you, sir. I would now request all of us to assemble here again at 10:05, and we are headed for a break. Thank you. I welcome you all to session 1 of the conference titled Drawing Inferences to ASEAN in the Evolving Security Landscape in the Indo-Pacific. The session is chaired by Dr. Captain Gurpreet Singh Khurana, who has 35 years of experience as a missile warfare specialist and ship's diver, and as a commanding officer of 2 warships. Captain Khurana retired from the Indian Navy in January 2003 as Professor Naval War College, Goa. As a research fellow at IDSA, New Delhi, he pioneered the usage of the term Indo-Pacific in current geopolitical discourse. I request you to take on the proceedings, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure, a great honor for me to be here in Christ University. Thanks to the organizers to moderate this session, which has got 2 themes. Let's go back a little into the broader aspects to start this session. We saw the coinage of the term rise of Asia, right? It's also called Asian century after the Cold War. The resurgence was initiated by Japan after the Second World War through what was called the flying geese economic model, when it offloaded its low-end industries to other countries in East and Southeast Asia. Now, this led to Asian prosperity through the geo-economic interactions among these countries, and ASEAN was central to it. And that is the reason why it also became central to India's Look East policy in the early 1990s. But such prosperity was premised on peace and security, which was never preordained, and we could not take it for granted. So with the turn of the 21st century, the rise of Asia was also accompanied with the rise of China, which led to geopolitical competition between US and China. And there came the element of security and thus geostrategy, largely in the maritime domain of Asia, which led to the concept of Indo-Pacific to temper China's behavior. ASEAN became the battleground for this new competition. But this has also been a hope for security because of the growing ASEAN-led multilateralism that we heard about, listened to with the various eminent persons who spoke in the morning. And that is the reason why ASEAN was also central to India's Act East policy, which was launched in 2014. But we'll talk about security in the next session. This session, let us focus on geoeconomics. Prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region is premised on robust geoeconomics. But geoeconomics cannot be separated from geopolitics, since economic power is fungible with other forms of national power. And this yields tremendous leverage for countries in international relations. We see how China has been using its economic leverage against various countries, ranging from the ASEAN to even Australia. But geoeconomics has an appeal in ASEAN too, which Beijing is using very well through its charm offensive like the BRI and through its major participation in the RCEP, the ADB, the AIIB. I mean, these are the Asian Development Bank and Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and so on. Now, it's only recently that the US and the European countries have realized that they're losing the battle of economic prosperity to China. And their regional supply chains are now extremely vulnerable by China's aggression. And we know about the semiconductor supply chains. So the US and EU have now launched their own geo-economic initiatives like the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework and the Global Gateway, which belongs to the EU. But let us now focus for the time being on Japan and China. Since long, Japan has been an expert on its checkbook diplomacy. In this session, we are looking at some answers from our eminent speaker, whom I will introduce, on the following key questions. Has China overtaken Japan through its own harder version of checkbook diplomacy? And who is winning? How do we compare the approaches of China and Japan in their respective geo-economic outreach, particularly to ASEAN? What are the perspectives of ASEAN? Is such China-Japan competition serving ASEAN's interests, or is it otherwise? Is China's economic influence in ASEAN a threat to ASEAN's centrality? And if so, how? Are specific Chinese projects, such as the Mekong project, contributing to the sustainable good of individual countries involved and in the broader sub-region? What are the implications of China-Japan geo-economic competition in ASEAN for India? What are the geo-economic convergences between India and ASEAN, and what should be India's approach for economic engagement to remain relevant in ASEAN through its Act East policy? And lastly, faced with geo-economic competition among major powers in Southeast Asia, would ASEAN emerge as a stronger economic power to shape Indo-Pacific geopolitics, or will it be otherwise? I know this is a mouthful. There are so many questions and they're not easy answers. But I just laid them out in my wild thoughts just to see that can we focus our discussion and your thoughts on these questions. So we have with us, we are fortunate to have Dr. Dharish Dravid, Associate Faculty, University of London, who is now in the Singapore Institute of Management of Global Education. And we had another speaker, but unfortunately, for reasons beyond human control, she could not be with us, and therefore, the entire onus would lie on Dr. Dharish Dravid. With this, I hand over the floor to you, Dharish. I would request you to speak for about 30 to 35 minutes. All yours.
Check. Okay. So you can hear me at the back? Yeah, so thank you, CEAS, Christ University, C3S, Chennai, for having me here. And thank you, especially Dr. Manoharan, for making this happen, because he told me about this last month and I just happened to be here, came in last night. So I'm so glad to be here to interact with students. I always love to come. This is my second time coming to Christ University for a speech. Last time I gave a speech on democracy, and I had a very varied audience from finance and all that. So I thought it might be the same, but I heard that we are only talking. I mean, I think all of you are mostly from IR, right? Is that right? International relations. Okay. Yeah. So I because I teach for University of London, right? I teach courses there. Most of my classes are actually 3 hours long, and I have like 1 or 2 breaks in between. So I can talk a lot and I can stand for the whole time. So I won't bore you, but I'll try to keep my my presentation to the point. I just want to warn you though that my presentation, because I had an expertise in IR when I did my master's, but then I kind of moved on into IPE, which is like international political economy. So my expertise lies there more in the economics and all that. So you will see a lot of data, so don't get scared. But I'll try to summarize that for you, just to give you the main points as well. I really look forward to the last session, the last section of this part, which is your Q&A, right? Because I really love to hear your thoughts and, from students, your opinions. Those are the things that also drive me in terms of, expanding my knowledge as well, because you might ask me some interesting questions that might become my paper next, so I would be looking forward to your questions there. From my side, I'll be covering, what I'll be covering is, one is the academic side, the data side, and then I also have experience in the policy, and also recently I'm working a lot in the business. So I might want to share some anecdotes in terms of how, the Indo-Pacific and what's happening in like the Chinese influence in ASEAN. Because I live in Singapore, I can actually talk to you about that. And, in terms of business too, what's happening, few concepts that you might hear in the news, I might want to just kind of, I don't have it on my presentation, but I would love to talk to you about it as well. So with that, I'll get started. I have 25 minutes. Oh yeah. So oops. At point here. Is it? I'm moving. Are you moving? Yeah, I can just stick here. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, what I'm going to do, right, broad overview, I didn't do a, what do you call that, the slide on what I'm going to cover. So basically, I'm going to look at FDI, which is basically foreign direct investment, right? So the investment coming into ASEAN. Then I'll be looking at trade. Then we actually tried to do, I have a small bunch of students trying to support me with this. So we actually tried to kind of rate the influence that China has, and the influence that the US and Indo-Pacific have on ASEAN, to give a kind of final assessment on what's actually happening. I was added another task of talking about infrastructure, which is actually one of my key expertise as well. But I didn't prepare too much on that, but I just, for the other speakers and covering more ground, I'll just cover a little bit towards the end on infrastructure, but it's connected to investment. So it's quite easy to cover overall. I'll just throw around some ideas that exist in that field for you all to understand, what's the current development in terms of, say, BRI, like Chinese investments into ASEAN, Japan's investment into ASEAN, and what about US? As you might know, US doesn't really have so much, say, investments into the infrastructure, right? It's more in the other softer industries like finance. Anyway, so let's start with this. Let me start with FDI, right? So if you look at it, I'm going directly into my presentation. So, because I've got a lot of slides to cover. So looking at ASEAN FDI, right? So if you see for the last 5 years, sorry, from 2018 to 2022, you can look at who's the top investor. Is it China? No, right. Can you see from the back? It's not China, right? Yeah, so it's actually the US. Although there's a negative outflow in 2018, but most of it is positive, especially booming. I mean, 2019 was right before the pandemic. It was a lot. So you can already see the effect of what? China-US trade war, right? So they're investing a lot in ASEAN. It went down a bit during the pandemic, and then it's coming back now again, 2022. So hopefully this year it might be bigger, right? And then comes ASEAN itself. The one thing that I think most experts in ASEAN don't understand is that ASEAN's trade, intra-regional trade, I think outbeat any other trade with any other region. I don't know when that happened, but that happened quite 5-6 years ago or something like that. So it's quite some time already that ASEAN is quite an integrated community economically to understand that, right? So they also invested in themselves. So that's number 2. Number 3 is Japan, right? And then Singapore, of course. So number 3 is Singapore. Sorry, number 4 is Singapore, and China comes at the 5th, right? Then you have all the other countries, mainly from Hong Kong. I mean, Hong Kong is also literally China, but like, yeah, then you have UK, Taiwan, and Netherlands. So these are the big investors in ASEAN. The latest data, right? So moving on. So if you see, I mean, let me see the pointer. Oops, okay, here. Okay, got it. So so if you see, right, if you see China, it's over here. So if you see China here at 9,000, it's like literally 4 to 5 times more. So US is literally, here it's closing up. If you see, China's also increased its investment. So you can see the story, right? I mean, sorry, China's here, 15,000. So it's literally like almost catching up. I mean, halfway, but halfway is quite a lot, right? Because it's still investing a lot. So you can see that China is also increasing investment. So everybody's increasing investments in ASEAN. That's like the major story here. In terms of, I mean, as you know, ASEAN is a region, right? But it's also got countries inside. So I also looked at the data that's inside for each country. And here it might tell you a different story. So if you see top FDI in terms of who's the major investor into each country, you see a different story here, right? So you see Brunei with the most Chinese investment, which is surprising for me too, right? So this is for 2020. This is for the cumulative. Cumulative means between 2012 to 2021, like roughly about 10 years. So for that, right, you see China as a big player. So it seems like US, the slide that you saw before, US is more of a recent story compared to what you have with China, which has been investing since BRI started and when Xi Jinping came in, right? So that's what happened. And if you see the countries that are really dependent on, say, Chinese investment is Brunei, Malaysia. Malaysia surprisingly has, I don't know if you've seen stories in the newspaper where they have these ghost towns where they build so many, residential projects and nobody's there to live in, right? So those things, also, I mean, you can just kind of imagine that part as well with Malaysia. And then surprisingly, if you see Singapore, it's US that's majorly investing in. I'll talk about Singapore later because it's a very interesting story. And then you have Laos and Cambodia with China as well. And then Philippines, Indonesia, Myanmar, all China, right? For the last 10 years. Surprisingly, Philippines too, although Philippines is becoming more vocal towards the Indo-Pacific recently. Okay. I don't want to scare you with this. Okay, so just this story is summarized in the I have 4 slides that basically talk about export and import for each of these countries. What this slide basically tells you is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 countries, their exports, right? Who they're exporting to. And the next one is the next 5 countries, who they're exporting to. The next 5 countries, who they're importing from, and the next 5 countries they're importing from. So if you see exports, right? Oops. If you see exports, right, it'll mostly be quite. I'll just show you one thing that I want. Oops, slide's not working again. Okay. So if you see export is to China, Singapore, China, Indonesia, China, India. Indonesia, you can see, India relations is improving. And then Malaysia, Singapore, and Malaysia, China. Then Cambodia, Germany, Japan. So Cambodia, China comes 3rd. Vietnam, US, China, Korea, Japan, right? Then for Laos, Thailand. Laos is a different story because everything goes through Thailand. So it's a small country, right? Culturally very similar to Thailand. So Thailand kind of dominates everything there. Myanmar as well, surprisingly, after the junta came back in power, you wouldn't be surprised about this. Thailand and China, both autocratic nations, also having better trade relations, right? Exporting to them, right? And then you have Brunei, and then Brunei, Australia, and Japan. China's last, but although investments are high, Philippines, US, Japan. US, they have traditional relations, very good relations with the US. And then Thailand is US, China. So these are, this is basically the export side. The import side, if you see, right, there's just one red block everywhere. You can see where everybody's importing from. So the dependency on China for imports, as any part of the world, is the same for ASEAN. So that's a problem that ASEAN is also worried about, right? Same story, for the next 5 countries too. So except, I mean, you have them at the top, at least at the top, Laos, Thailand, but other than that, like Brunei is Malaysia. So even for Philippines and Thailand, it's China, right? So this is a summary basically of what's happening for export and import. So this is export, this is import. So so if you see, right, it's exactly, if you see this story, and if you know anything about East Asian studies, if you especially know about Japanese studies, it's the same story as what Japan did. Japan's export market was the US, right? So they would export from the US, import from all the developing countries because they need raw material. So if you see what's happening to ASEAN, the flying geese model was mentioned earlier today. It's a similar story. Basically, you get imports from other countries or within the region, and then you export to the US. And imports are coming from, for domestic consumption, it's coming from China, right? So this is the story that's emerging out of ASEAN right now. So if you see, if you see this story, like China is quite big for all the countries in terms of exporter share, meaning China imports from China, right? Here's importer share, so meaning countries that import ASEAN goods. So US is the big. So US is like literally 43%, right? So most of ASEAN goods exports go to the US. Okay. For this, I'm sorry, this is just for Cambodia, but this is a country breakdown for the whole of ASEAN. So who dominates ASEAN trade, right? So if you see ASEAN dominates, ASEAN trade is dominated, exported to ASEAN first within itself. This is for the last, I think, when was this? 2022, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so the last 3 years, ASEAN is obviously, this is the world, and most of it is going to ASEAN to itself, then China and the US. So China and US, if you see, it's just like 0.01% difference. So actually, China is also becoming an export market for ASEAN. That's a new story that we need to really figure out what's going on. But that's just like the latest data, right? And then for imports, ASEAN is importing mainly from China, which is consistent with the earlier data that I showed you. Okay, so moving on to less data, right? So we have 3 major organization, what do you call that? Alignments, you can say, international setups, RCEP, Quad, and IPEF, right? Which is the Indo-Pacific framework, economic framework. So you have these 3. If you were to classify these, right? How would you classify them in terms of country, what do you call that? Country, not participation, but like country membership, right? If you look at that, you would be seeing ASEAN will be there in 2 of them. ASEAN is not there in 1 of them, right? So Indo-Pacific, ASEAN is not there. Is ASEAN there in Indo-Pacific? No, right? So it's not there. But for other 2, ASEAN is there. 1 is with China, 1 is with US. So they basically have, if you see the political, I mean, the broader, even extra-regional efforts, that's also happening. So you see ASEAN is having its own relations with the US and Quad and India through the IPEF. And then you also have its own, alignment coordination with China through the RCEP, right? Which is also operational right now. So you have these 2, 3 things going on. At the same time, you have the Quad, right? The Quad doesn't even contain ASEAN. So then that was worry. I think the moderator also told me, Dr. Gurpreet also told me that, how is ASEAN going to look at this? Is it like a place where the US and say the US aligned nations, which includes India now, is it where they kind of clash, right? But I mean, that's why I'm throwing you another story, like how does ASEAN look at it, right? So I'm giving it to you from that side. And if you see, there is, of course, so there's these 2 things going on, and then also there's the Quad going on. But Quad is more recent, right? And Quad, everybody knows what the reason is. I mean, why were they formed? It's to contain China in a sense. More, is it for economic or security though? If you think about it. Yeah, for security, right? So you see most of the relations is security. So this is if you see the IPEF, it's follow-up of the Quad, because they think that if you just, so my main point here in the slide is that if you just look at this, you see all this data, I mean, you see all this information, and you have to just uncover 1 or 2 points. You're like, how are these alignments happening? And after these alignments happen, what is the main message? The main message is literally this, that you have the Quad, which is like more security driven. Then you have the RCEP, which is more economic driven, because China has huge stakes in this region, and other regions too. And then because of that, you have Quad, which is security based, but they're like, oh no, if we miss out on the economic part, we won't even have a basis to talk about security. So they're building this IPEF now, right? Which is also trying to improve their own, improve their own economic relations with the Quad, right? And there are some countries which are more pro-Quad, and there's some countries within ASEAN which are more, then you wouldn't say pro-China, but they are aligned that way. And that's something that we did next to understand what's going on there. So that's the next part of my my lecture. Okay, so interestingly, right, I just wanted to show this one slide that we found from a think tank in Singapore. So what this think tank basically does is it does a survey every year, and they looked at in terms of what's the alignment, what do people think about. I don't know the methodology, so I can't really tell you who they talk to. I don't know if it's normal people or if they're experts, but they basically they just go talk every year and say, okay, who are you more aligned with? in terms of your policies, right? Or just who do you think is more favorable to you, right? And so the answer was with ASEAN's choice between US and China, which is the main question, right, that we're trying to understand. You see the diversion from where? From 2020, right? I don't have the data before that, but like if you see what's happening is there's a split, and there's more favorable outlook towards the US now, which is, I think, a big change that's happening in ASEAN as well. So ASEAN is also slightly, maybe not outrightly saying that we are pro-US, but they are also looking at the Quad maybe more favorably, I think, which is a good thing, right? For many reasons. Of course, you have China's incursions and all that, but you have, where is that coming from? I mean, you have to also look at the internal politics in China, which is driven by a dictator. Obviously, he has to perform, right? And that's another whole topic by itself, but we won't go there. But we're just trying to say that he needs to perform, so he needs to make sure he looks good. So he has the BRI, he's having islands, I'll show you some infrastructure, I'll show you an infrastructure map later. And if that's all the case, I mean, he needs to prove himself. So from China's perspective, they are doing their job, right? Everybody's doing their job. So obviously for us, like looking at from India or looking at from, say, the Quad, it might be a threat, but ASEAN is not really involved in this as much as we think we want it to be. I guess the Quad one, I mean, India being very political, right? Not only in our internal politics, but also external politics. We like these kind of stories, right? We want them to be something when they don't even think about it, right? So that kind of, I can sitting in Singapore, I can see that already, right? So when I see news or opinion pieces from India, that happens a lot. Anyway, so moving back, so you see this kind of diversion happening. I think COVID contributed a lot to India's good timing, I guess, in this whole picture, because India is growing a lot. Today, this year, economists had featured India as like India's population being the most amazing thing. Till last year, it was one of the worst things for us, for the last, whatever, how many ever decades, right? But now suddenly population is good. I'm going to be talking about that briefly as well. But this is all that's quite interesting as developments happening within ASEAN too. So this is what we did. So we tried to score economic and security for all these countries and try to get a bigger picture of whether they are. So the closer the number to 0 to 2 is closer to China, and the higher the number, 9 to 10, is closer to the US, right? Or Indo-Pacific, the Quad. So obviously, being biased, a bigger number means closer to the US, right? Which is shouldn't be the case, but I'm doing it just as an exercise. Then this is for the security. So we did economic and security. We tried, so these are the results that we got. It's just a rough result. It's very qualitative, so it's not really subjective. It's part of qualitative analysis. If some of you have studied like research methodology, so we're just trying to score it based on how they tend towards, like, either the relations, not necessarily that the country wants to be closer to China or US. It's more of what is the relations between them? Like, is trade, like you saw the trade data, you saw the investment data. Just to kind of summarize that, these slides capture that, right? And then once you look at this, you kind of get a good picture of what's going on, and then you have the scoring. Don't worry about the scoring here, because I got another summary table, because there's too much data here. So this is basically the summary of what we did, right? So if you look at economic and security, you have 0 to 2, so very, very close to China. No, we don't have anybody there. And really, really close to the US, we only have Philippines for security, because they have a security pact, right? So other than that, most of them are in the middle. Closer to China are the smaller countries, as you can see, not too surprising. They are like, I mean, from the Indian perspective, it's like, get them indebted, right? They don't have money. Nobody wants to invest in them. China invests in them. And hopefully they end up getting indebted. Not that, I don't think, honestly, if you ask me, or if you ask as an opinion, like, does China really want them to be indebted? I don't think so. They just want to be the bigger, like a bigger influence in that country. But it just happens that these countries are very small. Some of the inventions have a low ROI, if you know what ROI is. So that it means that just projects fail, right? That's what happened in Sri Lanka. We know that. And Pakistan is also there. So these are things that we can imagine. So if you see the bigger countries, surprisingly, right, for me, was Singapore. Singapore is 7 and 8. I just want to maybe mention one thing about Singapore, because Singapore has Singapore majority is Chinese, right? And they have very, very good relations with China. In fact, we also know, I don't know if there's academic studies, but we also know that many Chinese leaders, right, in the 80s, 90s, after they opened up, were kind of following the Singaporean model of development. Basically, kind of have I can say it in India, but I hope this recording doesn't go out, but like a one-party system, right? And one-party system, and then you have like economic growth as the priority, right? But the other thing, I mean, but that's the model that they kind of saw really worked with Singapore. They said, being Chinese majority, it really worked. Obviously, they're not going to follow the Taiwanese model because that's a democracy, right? But that's sorry, I get slightly politically loaded when it comes to democracy and autocracy because that's one of the courses I teach. Okay, so then you have the bigger countries like Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, and all of them are mostly in the middle. And surprisingly, Myanmar, I thought would definitely be towards China, but according to our rating, maybe it's right now in the middle. I think Myanmar is playing like quite, I mean, the army leaders have been there for ages. They know there's one of the only countries in the world that army has been like ruling the country for so long, right? So they kind of know a thing or two, I guess, about how to align themselves. So security-wise, they can align themselves with China, and then for when they need, or Thailand as well. But then when they need for economics, they can kind of try to balance it. Although the West really, really attacks them, right? In media, even ASEAN itself, we know what the storyline there is. So I'm not going to go into that. Okay, so this I think is already done before, but this is a beautiful snapshot of what happened for ASEAN, right? From 1967 to all the way to now. You see that, I mean, Timor-Leste is still being, like, they're still trying to figure out whether they should let them in or not. But apart from that, you can see that it's quite a tight community. I just want to have one comment to say here. I think earlier we had an eminent speaker also talk about this. I have a slightly different view on ASEAN economic cooperation versus SAARC. Right, so I think SAARC is literally dysfunctional now, right? My major take on that, I mean, I would have, if this was a class, I would actually ask you your ideas, but then because this is like my lecture now, so I'll just give you my point, my point of view, which is basically saying that SAARC, EU, right? Just think about EU. I mean, EU economic regionalism, security regionalism, gold standard is EU now, right? But EU caused all the wars till 1950. So we know that. So what changed, right? That's the biggest question. If you study history, the biggest takeaway will be, I mean, you might study like a full semester on European history, but the biggest takeaway you will find is that they fought all the wars, they colonized the world, everything happened, and they finally lost all their, their assets in a way. And then finally they had to come back to their real status, which is like normalization of their small power status, right? And then they finally realized, okay, you know what, we have to cooperate with two big superpowers who are going to take over. So if you put that image, take that image and put it in ASEAN, how does it look like? This has been not just before colonization, even before colonization. Why was it called Indochina, right? That gives out the answer as well. So if you see it that way, and historically, India and China have been big presences. Of course, China is much, much bigger because of the economic clout. I'm going to I will share something about that later. But so this is one of the major reasons I think they have. I mean, in a sense, you have that. But right now, instead of India, we have the Quad, right? We have the US. So US and China and Quad and China is like the bigger dynamics that's going on. So the tighter ASEAN grows, it's good for them because they can negotiate as a group. And that has more power, right? Than each country negotiating. Imagine Singapore with 5 million people, which is smaller than Bangalore, like trying to negotiate a deal, right? Maybe the economic clout is quite big because they're almost maybe the size of Malaysia, but which is like 4 times the size of their population. But it's really difficult because you don't have clout, right? So you want them to do that. So that's the major takeaway I have here. Although I mean it's got a lot of information in this slide. Yeah. So BRI, I'm going to kind of skip this slide due to lack of time, but basically it just talks about how, what all is going, then the huge investments through BRI. But if you actually think about it, if you are a Chinese person, right, because we're Indians, we think, in our point of view, but if you're a Chinese person, don't you think this is awesome? Like somebody comes out with let's restore the Silk Route, let's restore we even make another land-wise and sea-wise connection, because we are trading with the whole world. We are the factory of the world. So we need good relations with everybody. Fantastic. You come out with BRI, you invest in the infrastructure as well, because you need your goods to go through land. I remember when I was doing my PhD in Japan, my professor used to talk to me. The saddest part about after colonialism, he said one point was, this is just academic talk. What do you call that? Not academic talk, like brainstorming, that we just used to say, he used to tell me, imagine now, if you want to ship a container, he was an infrastructure expert. So he said, if you want to ship a container from Japan all the way to Norway, how does it go? It goes through the sea. It has to go so long. It takes so many days. But if there was just one train that goes through Siberia, right, all the way from Russia to land, through the land, that would save at least half the time. And the only reason why that couldn't happen is because of security reasons or like countries not having good relations with each other. So you couldn't develop something like that, right? Because Asia is always divided, right? Because divide and rule is still the effects of divide and rule you can still see now. So that's happening. So because of that, the idea was that China suddenly came out with that after, because I remember right before that we talked about this 2013 or something like that. BRI started, right? So brilliant idea, and it really works for China, right? So they're trying it. Of course, we know like the problems with that, but that's basically what I want to just say in this slide. So in terms of, okay, this is my infrastructure investment. So just quickly to go into infrastructure investment, which is kind of a continuation of the first part investment. I'm just looking at the data just for infrastructure investment. I couldn't go into detail, but there's actually really, really interesting things going on there. But I just want to summarize this here. But basically, if you see infrastructure, right, it's a different story. And if you want to see Japan versus China, the story is just outright clean. Like Japan cannot compete anymore with China, right? Mainly because there are some reasons. I mean, but like if you just think logically speaking, why are Chinese infrastructure solutions better than Japanese infrastructure solutions? I'm not going to ask you this as a question, just for you to like pause for a moment and think, right? So when you think about that, you see Japanese. I lived in Japan long enough to know one thing. For them everything is quality. So you have to pay a premium, right? So if you want a really good, like I think the Delhi Metro was one of the biggest success stories, right? I think people still talk about it. Japanese investment, ODA. So that kind of ODA, right? It's good for a start, but developing countries they want practical solutions like fast. But sometimes the quality goes off with China, but that's a different story. But people at least try. They're like, at least I'll have a port in 5 years, you know. I mean, Sri Lanka tried that too, right? But so if you see the story, it kind of goes around everywhere in different countries. So basically, they just want more, like solutions, infrastructure based. I can have more trade. For China, that's good because they can export to you, right? You saw the data already that they're the ones exporting to everyone. So they want to build the ports, they want to build the highway, they want to build the railway. They're doing that in ASEAN, they're doing that in Africa, they're doing that everywhere because they need what they need. In Africa, they're extracting. In ASEAN, they're supplying. They're going to sell it to you, right? So that's kind of like we can kind of imagine that. Sorry, I'm bringing my IP, the broader international political economy vision to you guys as well. But this is exactly what you can see in a way that's happening. But would you call it neo-imperialism like the Western way? Like that's another question. We need to figure out a word for this. But that's going on. So if you, I mean, just to tell you, like, so if you see China, it's like over at the top, and then it's really moved like a lot more compared to Japan, which is like almost less than half now. And then you have EU and UK and all the other countries over here. And you see infrastructure, US doesn't even care. US doesn't care about infrastructure, right? So what does US care about? I mean, this is between China and the US. Just a quick, in terms of investment, obviously BRI helps China. So what does US care about? So US really cares only about manufacturing and finance, right? So US is FDI is all in manufacturing and finance. They don't care about anything like produce our goods, import it back to us or something like that, right? So I just wanted to add a point here. In the business I work with like Japanese firms mostly. How many of you have heard of a concept called friendshoring? Friendshoring. You have? Only one or two are. Then what else? Nearshoring. Nearshoring you heard of? Okay. So these are all interesting concepts in trade. But basically the idea is that you want to so the US right now is pushing for policies to nearshore, which is like bring production close to you so that you don't have a supply chain breakdown when the pandemic happens, right? So they already they got hurt. And then also like nearshoring, and then also have like security based, like, you know, chips and all that to shore it, basically reshore it. So bring it back to you to the US. So those are all going on underneath supply chain kind of theory. But essentially, if you see what's happening is that the US is trying to start. So the investments going into ASEAN for manufacturing and finance is mainly because it's being used as a hub. And also ASEAN, they hope, I don't know how many of you heard about this too, that they hope ASEAN will soon or slowly replace China, right? And India, not yet, honestly, not yet. But they are also taking their bet on India. Do you know why India has a weakness? Maybe we can talk about this in the Q&A, but otherwise I'll be going too much into this. But anyway, this is the main point, right? So over here, you see that the US is more not into the infrastructure part, but for China, it's about infrastructure. Yeah, so these are major projects of the BRI. I mean, I'm not going to go into this. It's not my topic, but I just want to show you this map. just some specificities of how Chinese invest in infrastructure. I've done a lot of papers on infrastructure. So if you see infrastructure, right, China is really interested in energy and power, rail, roads, right? So these are the big top 3, 4. Then you have the ports and water. These projects are usually less anyway because you don't have ports everywhere. You don't need ports everywhere. But energy, power, rail, roads are like amazing. I in fact wanted to I was doing a research paper once, and I realized something really interesting. Chinese, right, have invested so much money in Pakistan in solar power projects or like wind energy projects. You won't believe the amount of investments they have, like renewable energy. Forget about like, normal coal power plants, which is like environmentally not really good, but they're investing in renewable energy in these countries, right? So that's really interesting. So if you see, I just wanted to show you this map. Okay, we always see a map where what do we always know as, like, we are very good critics of what China does, right? BRI, like, from India. I mean, we are very good critics. So if you see this map, if you see okay, just imagine this map is not for infrastructure projects. Just imagine these are the places where it does incursions, or this is where they build an island suddenly, or they're like having a, like a naval kind of security issue or something like that. Imagine this is a map like that. Wouldn't it be similar to this too, right? So in that case, if you're having infrastructure everywhere, they have their vested interests. Chinese vested interests are in ASEAN. You can see how like deep it is, right? They have ports, they have electricity plants. So they're all over the place anyway. The ships are moving around, right? So you're bound to have accidents. They also have their security, their whatever their exercise going on everywhere. So these is just causing more stress and distrust with the other powers, right? Who are trying to garner influence in this region, which is like India and US and everyone else, right? So it is also a concern for Japan and Korea. So you also see that happening. So this is ASEAN as such has a lot of investment coming in from China, which is infrastructure, which is also, maybe you could kind of tie it. If you read between the lines, you can also see how it's becoming a security concern, because they already have their work going on. So they need to protect that, right? It's like if the US has oil coming from the Saudi, right? They will protect it. They will send their military if anything happens. It's the same thing almost, if you look at it from Chinese perspective, right? So we could be a bit critical, but if you look at it from their perspective, it's a bit different. So my role is trying to also give you these different perspectives to see how, each country is thinking, right? So I think this is my last slide. Yeah, I'm going to stop here because I got one last slide, but that's for Q&A. That's like, I'm sure you're going to ask me good questions, so I need to give you a big answer. So I'm waiting for that, right? So how does all this matter to India and the USA and the Quad is like a general question. I think I covered a lot of ground, but I'll first leave it to him to kind of facilitate the second part. I'll just stand here.
Thank you, Dr. Dharish. It was a wonderful exposition, I think. And since the two topics were so complementary, it was wonderful to listen to you speak to both of them, because you did a real good job to combine the two. The broader, I think the takeaway for me, please correct me if I'm wrong. So traditionally, US and Japan were strong in finance, right? With regard to ASEAN. And the Chinese were stronger in infrastructure, and that's how the BRI and the AIB and trade. And now it is the Americans and the Japanese who are trying to fill in that in terms of, you heard about the AAGC. Of course, you didn't mention it, but you don't really know where it's going. And then you did mention the IPEF. And on the other hand, the Chinese are trying to keep up their sort of preponderance in terms of trade. And that's how the RCEP comes into the picture. So that was a very interesting, reduction, because it plays into the geopolitics. And I'm so happy that you linked up whatever you covered with security, because again, we cannot really compartmentalize, geoeconomics with security, even though we have a separate section on security. But I just would like to a small clarification. You're perfectly right when you said that about Quad. When Quad was revived in 2017 by President Trump, of course, you're right. It has a great security connotation. But I must also point out this, because the students should not get the impression that about the India's perception and the position, the India was not very happy to have a hard security connotation for Quad, and therefore the MEA, for instance, always dropped the word security from the QSD and only called it quadrilateral dialogue. And because India's focus was much on holistic security, which means even connectivity becomes a part of that holistic security. And India also managed to convince the Americans that we must have a softer focus on Quad in terms of holistic security, which actually eventually led to the formation of the Quad. Sorry, of the AUKUS, because they wanted some instrument, some tool to have a harder, military deterrence against China. So wonderful, and thank you so much once again. And so now I open the floor for questions from all of you. Please raise your hand. Yeah, please, on the right. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. So, ASEAN is, am I audible first?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, ASEAN is going to take over by 2050, both EU and West combined GDP. But that is only going to happen if the ASEAN nations are not caught in the middle income trap. So, for that, like a lot of ASEAN nations like Thailand have national circular economy and bioeconomy strategies to move towards a cleaner energy where they can have innovation focused on that sector, right? So, my question is, particularly in the sector of bioeconomy and circular economy, what are the investment trends? Is it US or the West at large or China that are investing more heavily in ASEAN nations and maybe particularly Thailand because they have a national like strategy for bioeconomy as well?
You want me to collect a few questions or should I just answer them?
Okay, we can have one more question. Yeah, please go ahead.
To Dr. David or to Dr. Dharish. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, I wanted to ask you, with many countries pulling out of the BRI right now, so Italy, Philippines have pulled out of the BRI, do you think that it will be a failure in the future now?
Yeah, you can answer these.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think both are really interesting because that's why I like to talk to students, because you guys are talking about the future, right? So maybe that's your gen, right? You guys are worried about that, hopefully. So those are good questions. I'll take the first question as a broader sustainability question, which is how I see it in terms of like who's investing in sustainability, which is a huge topic by itself. But if you see there, right, both the US and China are championing it at the same time. And Chinese, for example, do have an advantage. The US have an advantage in the higher technology for, say, the high-end geothermal or stuff like that, which is like maybe Indonesia wants that, right? Because they have one of the largest capability to produce geothermal energy. On the other hand, you have like other technologies which are cheaper, like solar, right? So solar might come from China for sure. And China for itself, if you see, if you heard of NDCs and all that, I mean, this is all going to sustainability, so I don't want to go deep there. It's another topic by itself. But if you see like nationally determined contributions to reduce emissions, that's totally if you see that, right, China is much more aggressive sometimes than the US, mainly because they don't want to be seen as a polluter, because it's affecting their business. Why? Because they're producing everything, like producing so many goods, right? And then if they are producing all these goods and some of it is connotated with emissions, people, especially the EU, will not buy. And EU and US are still broad markets. Everybody's hoping that China's internal market is going to grow and feed itself, but that's not happening. ASEAN has already happened, right? So that's not happened yet, but hopefully that will happen. So till then, we know that these two countries will both also have a friction there. So if you want to call it like a trade war, there'll be a sustainability war too, for sure. I think it's already on, but that's going on. So that's the first question. Second question was, can you just remind me, sorry?
Can you repeat?
BRI. No, I got it. I remember. Okay, so BRI, right? Okay, so that's a really interesting story. Both of you, right? For both of you, I think when she was asking me the first question, she kind of loaded it with like what's going to happen in ASEAN 2050. I'm going to answer that. I'm going to park that question for her because I got one more slide to show you, because I knew that will come. Like, how does all matter to me, right? Or how does all matter to India? Or like I mean, I think there's a takeaway slide for everybody. I have that later. But just to the loaded part, I'll leave it. But the second part that you asked, for you, the second question, sorry, was for BRI. Okay, what's happening to China right now anyway? Even without BRI, even without, like, okay, literally speaking, I think I gave you a last point. I kind of started saying that business is slowly starting to move away from China. Okay, there's a qualifier there though. It's not that easy for many reasons. And that's why India is not, so I was waiting for Q&A to answer this, but like, that's why India is not ready too. So India is not ready because it's not a manufacturing hub. We're a services hub. You go outside, everybody's on their phone, everybody's creative digitally in the virtual world. But in the real world, everything's like you're still walking on potholes and you're still doing everything. You go in ASEAN, that's not there. It's much less compared to India, right? So if you see that way, ASEAN is, if you go to many of you might have traveled to like Thailand or wherever, right? And you know that infrastructure wise, they're doing much better job than us, right? Most cities and stuff like that. So because they're smaller cities, smaller countries, smaller cities, they can focus on that. They got a lot of investment competition coming from the US. India is also, I shouldn't say this, but India also can do everything by itself. So we don't need money from other outside, right? So it takes time, right? Because we need to develop everything by ourselves, and that's just our policy, right? So because we're a superpower according to ourselves, right? So these are all. So because of that, it will take some time. But if you see it from outside the world, India is still not ready. And although projects are coming, they're only the entry level projects. So if you hear of, okay, I'll just give you a very good example, cell phone companies, right? Like cell phone companies are all coming to India. Awesome. Do you know what they do? They just assemble phones. They don't do anything. That's like a really, really low value added, task. So that's like that's what China did like maybe 20 years ago, So they're not producing the semiconductor or anything. So if you see it that way, India has a lot more place to catch up there. But we don't need that because we think we're a software hub. But I think we do need that because we've got a large population that's not really industrialized yet. But that's going to economic theory, so I don't want to go there. But if you get my point, you're like, this is what happened, right? So if I'm just giving you the bigger picture. So if that's the case, and if people are trying to move out of China, but it's not yet possible, it's going to take some time. It means that it's not coming to India, so it's going first to ASEAN. So that's the good news for ASEAN, which means that if BRI or whatever, right, the funding is going to get stunted there. And that's what you're seeing. So the funding from China is slowly getting stunted because they have their own internal problems. Every day, this year, how many news articles have you seen about Chinese debt problem? Debt in this sector, debt in that sector, debt in construction sector, debt in residential sector, right? You got so much debt going on. Why? Because suddenly things are not moving as fast as it was. Import demand is reduced. America is trying to reduce, friendshore. That's why I mentioned friendshore, reshore. All these are happening, right? So that's happening. Japan is not really outrightly talking about this because they have a huge export market to not only export, but they have domestic production going on. I wrote an article about this. They have a huge. They're very vested in China, much more vested than India. Although they like India, economically no. It's really, really. If you see the picture and data, right, it'll look really bad. Although politically, yes, they like India, they do that, but all their investments, all their economic ties, trade, FDI is in China. And they have started thinking along the quad lines. So they're like, oh no, China being a superpower under autocrat is kind of dangerous for everybody. So they're trying to move that away. But their first location right now is ASEAN. Then they're slowly moving towards India. But that I can see personally the last year to this year, so many people trying to come and just inquire, hey, does India have this industry ready? Does India have some production ready? Are there manufacturers who can produce this? That kind of question is already coming in my business role, right? So that's already happening for a start, but that's really, really early stage. So we should see 10 years, 20 years down the line when you guys are like me, maybe talking here, but like hopefully we'll see what happens there, right? So my point is BRI is getting slowly, it will get reduced for sure. The funding is going to get reduced. As China has more internal problems, it'll have less. You see the cycle, right? You need to produce something. You get the goods from somewhere. To get the goods, you're building BRI. And suddenly now people don't demand your goods. So what happens? So it'll kind of slowly settle down, right? In the sense that you have less demand. So your money will start your investments will start kind of, what's the word? It basically just doesn't, it's going to slow down, right? It's going to slow down before it maybe gets worse, right? So hopefully, if you're looking from an Indian perspective, that might be good news. But I think that's what's might happen. Just looking at it from a economic point of view, because this is going to happen over time. But we cannot wish too much right now because China's still, I mean, we are still dependent on Chinese goods, right, to a large extent. But things will change quite fast, I think, but maybe 5 to 10 years. Sustainability is one of them because I was just talking to the taxi driver today. It's like, hey, how many EVs? Because I saw so many EVs now run by Tata. I was like, that's good for us, right? So if that's the case, if you see that kind of manufacturing coming in, but you also have Chinese like BYDs, like competing with Tesla now. So you have all these big brands also competing, right? So you have, there's this race for leadership in sustainability on the one hand in terms of industry. On the other hand, you have the infrastructure kind of let down a lot. I mean, I just want to comment like a weird comment, but at the end, just saying that imagine like what China is doing as well. Like Xi Jinping is cracking down on entrepreneurship, which is horrible, right? Because you have like Alibaba, suddenly now you don't know where the founder is. Apparently he's like teaching in Japan or something, right? Like what's going on? That's kind of sad because you have such brilliant minds and just because you don't agree with them or you disagree with them, you just get them to disappear. That's a larger humanitarian kind of issue, like humanities-based issue. But these are things that are happening. So I'm just giving you a bigger picture of what's going on. I didn't answer your question directly because I would rather give you the theory behind it than to give you the direct answer.
Dharish, would you like to cover? I'm sure a lot of Indians would be interested to know what's in us. It is for us. How does it matter to India? So
Okay.
we would like to show some slides because we are running out of time, so we don't have much.
Just one question.
Okay, we'll take one question. Okay, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Sir, as you mentioned that in the recent times you have seen the slowdown in the growth or expansion of BRI projects or overall Chinese influence in the ASEAN region, especially in terms of economics. Sir, do you see it as a failure of the no strings attached aids and loans provided by China to these countries, ASEAN countries, and especially, sir, an addendum to this, sir, how do you think that the Quad countries will compete with the no string attached loans or grants provided by China in the overall Indo-Pacific region?
Okay, great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to answer that question directly, but again, I'll give you the idea behind it. There was a big ODA was a big issue. It was a big thing. People studied it a lot till maybe around 2000s. And then now people don't study about it because India has already graduated from that. Most countries have graduated. Poverty levels have come down. So you don't need ODA. That time there was a concept of like, strings attached. There's another word for it. I forgot right now, but like basically you have to repay your loan now. But if there's other mechanisms that do not require that. What is it called? It's a normal word. So that grants, kind of like grants. Basically, you don't have to repay, but it's for your own benefit. So as you might know, Nordic countries were awesome with that. They were always giving money out, just develop, But Japan was number one for giving loans you need to repay. And the concept, my professor told me that the answer for that. He said, Japan is an Asian country. It believes that if you get something for free, it's not worth it. So you need to work for it to get it. So Japan started that idea, right? And then China is continuing that. So basically, if you see the structure of the infrastructure loans, I think Chinese actually following the Japanese model because they got it themselves. So they're just giving it back the same way. So that's the kind of roundabout answer to your question. In terms of ASEAN getting loans and all that, let me tell you a funny story. I was in Bangladesh 2 weeks ago, and my colleague there, he was saying the biggest problem for us is not our own politics. It's like we're all worried that we're going to be entrapped by Chinese loans, right? Because we don't want to be the next. They're not even thinking about Sri Lanka. They're like, we don't want to be the next Pakistan because Pakistan is already at the borderline, right? Economically, I mean, nobody has to do anything to them. They're kind of self-collapsing, right? Because of adding on to Chinese loans, apart from their own internal problems. But that's happening. So what I was trying to say was like, this is an issue for ASEAN too. I'm sure every leader there is thinking about that. And that's why they're also trying to strategically move their relations towards the US and because it's a good time, right? People are competing to give you loan or give you manufacturing contracts or something. So they are opening up that space for themselves to compete for that. So I think in that sense, ASEAN is really, really sensitive to that. They don't want to be entrapped. The stories are out already. Many African states, Sri Lanka, this debt entrapment is a problem. I don't know if it was by design that China planned it. I don't think so. but it just happened because you're investing in projects that have low ROI. So obviously, no. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll just go to the last slide because I've kept that as a suspense for so long. But so how does this matter to us? How does it matter to me? I just did, what's happening? You can, oh, no. Yeah, so this is my last slide. Okay, so what can we infer, right? What is the inference out of all this? So this table is it summarizes everything for you. So we're looking at 10 years, 2012, 2022, that's the data. In 2023, we cannot get 2023 data because we haven't finished this year, right? But 2022 is the latest data. So 2022, 2012, and 2032 projections, right? So we look at the data there. And I just want you to look at, say, population, GDP per capita, like how rich your people are, and then growth rate. So growth rate is just telling you how fast the economy is going to grow. I want you to start with population first. So population-wise, if you see, right, just now, ASEAN is, just see the column. So population, right, it's 672 million right now, around there. And India is what, 1.4. China is 1.44. So we already, like this year, we already beat China, right? So this is slightly last year's data. So, but you see this, we are there. So if you see ASEAN at 627 million, it's like literally half of, less than half. And the economy wise, they're 3.3 right now, trillion, and India is 3.53. Half the size of India, economy is almost the same. That's quite valuable, right? So for my point is like, instead of like always trying to worry about ASEAN, I think ASEAN can take care of itself, right? They know what they're doing, and like I'm sure they have a collective wisdom in terms of their own regional grouping. So that was kind of, I think we discussed this even before I started writing this paper. But so that's something that I think I also wanted to show, because in ASEAN they don't talk much about Quad, but they do talk about like Chinese threat here and there. But they do also talk about how Quad is good to balance, like it's good to balance China as well. So that talk is there. The second part is like, what about in the future? So if you see in the future too, right, you see it's 7.32 and it's 8.62, right? Although population is like even increasing. And one more thing about population, India is only supposed to peak its population 2050 to 2060. China is already going to peak in 2027, meaning that this decade it's already going to peak. Why am I giving you population data? Population is demand. If you don't have population, but it also, somebody mentioned middle income trap, so I'll also mention that here. If you get caught in the middle income trap, then it's a problem because you don't have demand, because if people cannot afford anyway. But if your country is going the right direction, there's demand for stuff, either through production or consumption, whatever it is. Obviously, production is better because consumption will just lead you to lending, more debt like the US. But if you're looking at that way, most of it should be, if it grows normally, this is kind of projections in the next 10 years, you see that population-wise, right? China's peaking this year. US is still cooler because they have the good immigration policy, right? They just let the foreigners in, so they're slowly increasing, but they're okay. They're not like EU. And then you have ASEAN is going to peak after India. So population dividend is still there for ASEAN. So they don't have to worry so much about population because they're going to peak after us, after India, right? So India is already, the number of people having 1 kid, 2 kids is increasing on the rise. You know that, especially the southern part of India, right? We know that data there. So because of that, we know that this dynamic is going to push into your economics, the GDP, whole GDP, then your GDP per capita, which is like how rich people are. If you see how rich people are, right now, India is about 2.5. ASEAN is literally double. An average ASEAN person is double as, like rich, but you can't really capture it that way because you have a large middle class in India, which is maybe the size of ASEAN itself. So you can't play it that way, but I'm just giving you the dynamics, right? But so then in terms of the next 10 years, India might be 5,000, so basically doubling. ASEAN is also going to double, right? So it's not that bad for ASEAN in terms of like how you perceive them to be, or like how we might perceive them to be. So I'm showing the India perspective, the ASEAN perspective, China perspective. So China is just moving from 6 to 12, doubled. In the next 10 years, they're not going to double, but like slightly below India and ASEAN. So growth is going to slow down for China. So that's a larger story. India is just at the start, at the cusp of like growth. I hope we don't waste it. I mean, we've been doing this for the last 20 years, quite good. So hopefully we just continue that path, and then we can do the ASEAN way, which is like less politics and more growth. or we can do the Indian way, which is like more politics, less growth. I don't know. You have to think about it. This is just a broader question we need to think about. So I mean, that kind of helps me also inspire you guys to think about, like how do you envision India? So I'll stop there.
I think the comparison between ASEAN and India in these terms, certainly it is, you couldn't have done better, because to make it simplistic is easy to understand. But there's one point which you must also keep in mind. India is one country, ASEAN is not. We're debating about ASEAN centrality, but there's also a debate going on about ASEAN solidarity, and there are various pulls and pressures, and we only hope that ASEAN solidarity is maintained as much as possible, because ASEAN is an important factor for regional security as well as geoeconomics. But then that is not taken for granted. So there is a issue that which you must keep in mind. We just have one last question. Okay, last, yeah, please go ahead. Speak louder, okay?
Good morning, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I have two small questions. The first one is that you talked about, the debt trap, notion of debt trap, and how it is mostly attributed to a low ROI. But my question is, in most cases, more often than not, these countries also have a high levels of debt, public debt. And can you consider that as a coincidence? And most, debt renegotiations also have natural resource swap agreements which are in favor of the Chinese. So can we see it as a coincidence, or can we believe that the notion of debt trap is real, and data trap is real? And the second question is, considering ASEAN as an entity, as a single entity, and also India as a major player in the Indian Ocean region, citing Stephen M. Walt, which would be better for all these entities in with reference to China? Would it be through balancing or through bandwagoning? So which would yield more results, not only in terms of economy, but also in terms of its security implications?
I think he already kind of answered the second question before, but I'll just reiterate it a bit. The first question was debt trap. Okay, debt trap, right? I mean, just think about it. I mean, just look at the data. Sorry, I always think about data. I mean, I give you the quantitative numbers because it's more realistic, right? Like, otherwise, I'll just be beating around the bush. So, for example, you see all the countries that are either indebted or reliant on Chinese investments. I show that in ASEAN too. The ones that are more reliant on ASEAN are the ones that are smaller, because they don't have anybody to kind of lend to them, right? And they kind of literally, I mean, what is the talk about Sri Lanka? Like, they're not about the leadership, but like in terms of why do they give so much of like their national, their assets, like a port to China, like literally to manage for like 30 years, right? Or something like that. Because usually infrastructure projects are 30 years. But why would they do that? Why do they give it to a foreign government, right? Which is, I think another country that did that in economic, if you study economic development, is like Argentina, and they really failed all the time. So if you see that kind of stories, right, you see that if you think you need money for something and you want to develop it, and somebody's coming and giving it to you, I think India wouldn't do that, right? I mean, I was just going to give you an example of what happened when the border issues happened in 2019. What did they do? India was one of the first countries to ban TikTok till now, right? They had the power to do that. Even the US doesn't have the power to do it, right? I mean, I'm kind of diverting, but what I'm trying to tell you is the message is, like, countries that have their, they know what's going on, and they're a bit worried that this might end up in a trap, can say no right now. They have the power, but the ones that cannot are the ones that are too small. So you see mostly African countries, mostly few countries in Asia and South Asia are the only ones falling for this. Of course, you have the Central Asian, and you have the other regions there, sometimes Eastern European a bit. So, but these are I mean, if you just look at the data, you'll see these are the countries that are like almost going to the debt trap. So in terms of you saying, is it a coincidence? Obviously not. It's not a coincidence. So, it's just that they didn't see it coming. They thought it's something that's good for you, like Georgia getting Chinese investments to build these roads to connect, across the country. It's not for them. It's exactly what the British did. They built railroads to export stuff out, right? So not really useful unless it's really for your own, your benefit, right? So some of the projects you need to reassess that way. I think that's another question by itself, like the infrastructure projects from China, are they even, worth it, or are they really helping economic development? That's a big question by itself. But then I don't think it's I don't think it's like, it's going to happen. Unless you have a country that really knows what's its national security issues, its economic issues, can it repay, all those other business issues as well. So both the national part, the business part, the economic part, if they have the justification, then they do it. Otherwise they won't, right? So India would never do that, obviously, because it's kind of shameful if they would do that. But for other countries, yes. I mean, smaller countries, Bangladesh would do that a bit, but they're still watching. So there are countries, even smaller countries are a bit worried now, because now they know that they have many people predicted this, it happened. So now everybody's scared, right? So that's a good thing for BRI borrowers now, because they're very, very worried about what will happen to them, especially if they're smaller countries, because they cannot bargain with China. It's very difficult. So that's a problem. Second question was on, how do you collectively? I think also for ASEAN, right? ASEAN, because that theory part I gave you is like, because you have two superpowers, and these two superpowers are going to increase that was in the Cold War with the EU. But if you just compare that now, it's even bigger. The problem is bigger. So ASEAN, I think, will just get tighter. Why? Because you still have China, which will still be there for sure, as a big power for the next, I don't know how long, but like many decades. And then you have India growing to also compete. Then you have US also trying to hold on to whatever they have or strengthen certain aspects. So they're investing more in ASEAN, as you can see. I showed you the data. So that's also happening. So all of this is happening. So which means that ASEAN will get tighter, because they're worried they're going to be pushed left, right, and center, right? So they need to also get tighter. So for me, as far as I see it, they will not go the EU way. They know that. They already know that. ASEAN, what do you call that? Regionalism is never the EU way. They already said that clearly. They don't want to go they cannot do it. It's impossible. The country differentiation is different. Religions are different. EU is like, basically, they didn't let Turkey in. We know that story. I mean, if you studied IR at that time, like, they didn't let Turkey in, right? So that kind of diversity exists too much in ASEAN. So it can't really, they won't be able to kind of integrate as like EU, but they are very smart in terms of integrating economically, like, opening their visa systems, people working here and there, which really benefits. So you can see a lot of people from Philippines or somewhere working in another country, or like, Malaysia working in another country. So they're using that ability to build their economies, but that's their priority, not really the security part. Security part, they just try to deal with it when it comes. And sometimes they get really worried when China does something, right? But they also don't want like an extreme US presence, other than Philippines. I think nobody also wants that. So it's like, and obviously in India, I mean, there's not even a power that's supposed to be there in ASEAN, right? So they don't also want India's influence to increase for sure. But of course, they would use everybody to balance each other. And I think that will be the IR game for them. So that's how I see it in terms of, as an opinion, in terms of looking at all this from ASEAN's. I don't think they're that worried, but they do want to balance everybody off and just leave them alone, so they grow economically and they become like a economic superpower as a hub, right? They want to maybe be like EU as an economic power, not as a union. Yeah.
Two wings of an aeroplane, as the Singaporeans say. Thank you so much. And I bring this, sir. Please go ahead. Like the, thank you. First of all, thank you for a wonderful talk. This is a small intervention mainly to dispel some of the notions that are there about the comparative merits or demerits of maritime traffic versus the train traffic that you're talking about. While it's good to see that, on paper, it's the entire Central Asian Republic, Europe is connected, you must look at the scale of this. A modern TEU vessel carries up to 23,000 TEUs, which you are aware of. So to transport the same over land, you require something like 200 trains. So where are these 200 trains going to go? Where are the container yards for them? What is the infrastructure that's required for that? But therefore, is it still competitive? And more importantly, China may export these 23,000 TEUs also over the land route. What is it that they're getting back? Raw material is all right, but do they have these kind of things in 100 trains with each 100 or 200 wagons carrying it? So that's an important question. So everybody is aware of the comparative merits or demerits. But the only point of bringing this to the notice of large number of students here is to not get swayed by the fact that you have all these container yards coming up all over Europe, and therefore the maritime traffic will come to a halt. That's not going to happen. I think that was a wonderful thing to ponder over, and which actually reinforces the importance of maritime issues in the Indo-Pacific region, which is essentially a maritime configured region. So with this, I bring the session to a close I think we must give a round of applause to Dr.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an enriching and informative session. I would now request Dr. M.J. Vinod to kindly felicitate Dr. Khurana with a memento. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, if I could now request you to please felicitate Dr. Darish with a memento. Thank you, sir. So we'll be going ahead with the theme of this subsession, which is rules-based order in ASEAN's Indo-Pacific. Captain Dr. Gurpreet Khurana will be chairing this subsession. I request Ms. Thu, doctoral scholar, to join us on stage, please. And the other two speakers will be joining us online. Sir, you are chairing the session, so you can just be on stage, please. Thank you.
We can start.
So timing strictly we have to maintain.
Okay, how many minutes per speaker?
20 minutes. Now I think it
15.
needs to be a little bit reduced.
Okay.
But we have to break for lunch at 12:40. 12:40.
Right,
Go
12:40.
up to 12:45. That's 12.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Manoharan. So as we saw in the previous session, how geoeconomics is important to countries for prosperity as well as for leverages in the international relations. But then security is an indispensable enabler of geoeconomic interactions and thus of prosperity. Arguably, among the most prominent disruptive actors in the Indo-Pacific region has been China. Hypothetically, if this had not been the case, a purely geoeconomic competition between the US and China would have been highly advantageous for all regional countries, including ASEAN. But the addition of the security dimension due to China's increasing politico-military assertiveness since the turn of the 21st century has been a major problem, which actually led to the Indo-Pacific concept. Due to the geographic configuration of our region, the Indo-Pacific, security is largely pertains to the maritime domain, and in the context of ASEAN, it pertains largely to the South China Sea. Even as their economic prosperity is so heavily dependent upon China, the ASEAN states are extremely wary of China's intentions, especially over its expansive claims in South China Sea. And the gray zone tactics, including lawfare and the use of its maritime militia. So in this session, we are looking at answers to some questions, which I will not read out, but I have sent these questions to the speakers. And we are fortunate to have amongst us today three very eminent speakers. The first is Rear Admiral retired Rommel Judong, who will speak on Chinese maritime strategy and its impact on Southeast Asia and beyond. And he will provide a Philippine perspective. Then we will have Ms. Nguyen Hong Ang Thu, who is a PhD student from Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy of NUS, that is in Singapore. And then we have the third speaker who will be speaking on US freedom of navigation operations and China submarine patrols in the South China Sea, challenges to ASEAN states' sovereignty. The speaker for this is Ms. Sumati Parmel, senior researcher at MIMA. So with this, I invite for the first speaker to come, Rear Admiral Rommel. Is he available online?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Great, sir. A pleasure and an honor for us, sir. The floor is all yours, sir. You can speak for about 15 minutes.
Thank you to the distinguished host and sponsor, and to the audience there in India. Good afternoon. It's 2 p.m. here in Manila. Okay. The topic that I provided would be on the Chinese maritime strategy as we discern it here in the Philippines, and its impact on the region. And I'll bring in some Philippine perspective a later part in the discussion. So may I ask the technical staff to scroll down to the next slide. Okay. Now, it's good that in the first session we were talking about the geoeconomic sphere. I think what we're seeing here is actually a convergence between the Chinese maritime strategy and its geoeconomic strategy. Now, from where we sit, we can discern at least three maritime axes of advance, and this supports China's maritime security needs, as well as its requirement to be able to link up with its resource areas across the globe. Okay, so what we can discern is, one, there's a northern axis of advance that goes towards the Arctic Ocean, towards Europe. Second one is going towards the Mid-Pacific and to the south, to the Americas. The third one is the one that hits us both, would be going through the South China Sea, Indian Ocean, then to Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. Now, for the Philippines, it hits us in two axes of advance, the one in the middle and the one on the southward direction. Okay. Next slide, please. Now, another thing that may have an impact on China's sense of security or insecurity. There's a study made that if you lump together the easternmost 10 of the easternmost provinces of China, and that's listed out there in the lower right, that already constitute, if you try to take it out of the China, the GDP of those 10 provinces combined will be representing at least the third most highest GDP in the world. Okay, so that provides context in terms of the significance of the eastern provinces, and why maybe from a naval perspective you need to provide some sort of maritime buffer to protect that center of gravity. It's China's economic center of gravity. Next slide, please. Now, if you look at China's most likely regional strategy, the first one is China's trying to find ways and means to take the United States out of the equation in the region. Okay, and that has been the natural discourse for the past few years, past few decades. It also wants to weaken the alliance systems or strategic partnerships between the United States and some of the Southeast Asian countries, including the Philippines. Okay, and of course, there's the issue on Taiwan, and of course, the BRI was mentioned earlier in the first session. I subscribe to the idea that the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, is a dual purpose mechanism. It has both economic as well as security aspects to it. Okay, and in the Philippines, which, by the way, has already exited out of the BRI, China's BRI. We look at BRI, most of the BRI projects that China has been trying to push has an impact on our maritime security concerns as well. Next slide, please. Now, in this slide, it shows the 9-dash line. And the debunked dash line, which was debunked during in the July 12, 2016 arbitral ruling, the PCI arbitral ruling. But if you look at the 9-dash line from a naval perspective, it makes sense from China's point of view, because as I mentioned earlier, it needs to create a maritime buffer to protect its economic center of gravity, which is the 10 eastern provinces. And to be able to make this happen, China needs to establish sea control of the North, the East, and the South China Seas. And sea control is enabled by being able to control the identified choke points or strategic line, the sea lines of communication, which have been depicted in the slide. Okay. Now, there's much discussion on gray zone as it implies the activities of the Chinese Coast Guard and the fisheries militia. But in Manila, I belong to that school of thought that is trying to debunk gray zone. We'd like to go back to the roots of maritime strategy. In this case, this is all about sea control. And China's sea control is enabled by the combination of the use of its navy, its coast guard, and its militia, and its militarized facilities in the South China Sea. So you cannot just isolate the coast guard and the militia and say they're doing gray zone without taking into consideration the activities of the PLA Navy. Next slide, please. Now, this slide was developed by the U.S. Congressional Research Service a few years ago, and it tells us that the fact, and we all know this, that the PLA Navy has already surpassed the U.S. Navy in terms of the combatant vessels. When you say combatant vessels, we're referring to aircraft carriers, cruisers, destroyers, frigates, corvettes, and submarines, okay, excluding the auxiliary vessels. So, and you have to take into consideration as well that China operates, its forces are concentrated in the region. Well, and we know that the U.S. Navy is deployed all over the place. And right now, it's concentrated in the Middle East, in the Mediterranean, and in the Red Sea. Okay, so this has impact on the what we can say is the regional naval balance of power, particularly in East Asia. Okay. Next slide, please. Now, we all run scenarios, and the worst case scenario for the Philippines is the one on the upper right. And that is if China is able to actually establish effective sea control over the North, the East, and the South China Seas. Okay. That means these three seas will become China's internal lake. Okay. And that is a concern not only for the Philippines, but the rest of East Asia as well. Next slide, please. I'm going to insert this because this is not maritime in nature, but it is important. Because from our end, we look at the security challenges from China, not only coming from the sea. We have to also look at the other part of it. So what we're trying to say is we are dealing with two aspects of China's tool of statecraft. The hard power part is the military component, which we encounter in our exclusive economic zone. But the sharp power aspect is just as significant and something that we need to be deal with. Now here I'm presenting the work of Mr. John Cole. He's based in Taiwan with the International Republic Institute, a think tank focusing on Chinese political warfare. And what I'm trying to say here is that these are some of the aspects of, or the vectors of political warfare that the Philippines is also looking at. Because when we used this framework and we did our own personal study, which we finished this year, At least 3 of those has an impact on the Philippines as well. Next slide. Now, if I am in my command center somewhere here in Manila and I look at the threat map, this is what would make me not sleep at night. Okay. And these are the potential hotspots that that we need in the Philippines. We need to track. Okay. It used to be historically our security challenges is coming from the west because of the problem in the South China Sea, and the south because of episodes of transnational terrorism, piracy, and other non-traditional security concerns in the southern part of the Philippines or in Mindanao. But now we need to look also at what's happening in Taiwan, which is basically for many years a strategic blind spot for the Philippines. And we also need to look at what's happening in the Solomon Islands with the increase in Chinese footprint in some of the island states there. Okay. If that happens, we are now looking at we no longer have what we call in the Philippines a strategic rear, because we normally look at the East Coast as our strategic rear, but now we have to look at a 360 degrees view in terms of dealing with maritime security concerns. Okay. Next slide, please. Now, the next succeeding 3 slides will just I'll just provide you pictures of what's happening on the ground in some parts of the Philippines where we do encounter on the front lines the gray zone tactics of China. So this first one is in Ayungin Shoal or Second Thomas Shoal, and the vessel on the low upper left is the BRP Sierra Madre. That's a World War II landing ship tank or LST that we deliberately grounded decades ago in Second Thomas Shoal to check the Chinese advance when they set up a quote-unquote fisherman shelter in Mischief Reef. Okay. So that it's still there, and we are sustaining it through resupply. Chinese Coast Guard, Chinese tactical intent is to basically impose a quote-unquote blockade around the shoal to prevent us from sustaining the troops in Sierra Madre and prevent us from actually repairing it or actually prevent us from constructing new facilities to replace the Sierra Madre, which is, as you can see in the picture, very old and decrepit already and subject to significant deterioration. So in this around Second Thomas Shoal, during resupply missions, we encountered the Chinese Coast Guard and the militia. Okay. Next slide, please. This is in Whitsun Reef. Whitsun Reef is still within the Philippines exclusive economic zone. Okay. And what we're seeing here is militia vessels anchored and tied up together in a nest. Okay. And from my sense here is because since the 2002 sort of consensus not to occupy new features, none of the 6 claimant states, even China, has actually violated that agreement not to occupy new features, okay, isles and features. But I see this as a constructive violation of that agreement because Whitsun Reef is basically unoccupied. But because of this method of nesting militia vessels for extended period of time, it is constructively occupying Whitsun Reef, okay? And providing a sustained naval presence or maritime presence in that feature. Okay. Next slide, please. This one is in Scarborough Shoal. Scarborough Shoal is in northwestern part of the Philippines, but still in the South China Sea. This was the bone of contention in 2012 during the Scarborough Shoal standoff. Okay. This shoal is basically a fishing ground for our artisanal fishermen based in northern Philippines, and they historically has access to this shoal. But as a result of the 2012 standoff, China was able to have positive presence in this area and prevented Filipino fishermen from accessing inside the shoal, which is the more relevant fishing ground area. Okay. We escort our fisher folks, but in this case, the Bureau of Fisheries vessel has been subjected to water cannon, as well as other forms of harassment. Next slide, please. Now, because of all this, what is the Philippine? What would be the response of the Philippines now? For one, we're looking at how do we establish the denial capability with respect to the West Philippine Sea, and how do we have established positive sea control over our sea lines of communication. We have seven archipelagic straits that has been traditionally used for ingress-egress inside and outside the archipelago, crossing from South China Sea to the Pacific Ocean. Okay. So in 2016, when we developed our capability plan, we were aware already of the deficit in terms of dealing with the Chinese surface forces. Okay, so Philippines does not have the industrial capacity to match China ship for ship. Okay, it doesn't have the shipyard capacity for that, and I think even the United States has a similar problem. So we opted for an asymmetric solution, and that was a submarine capability, and of course, a land-based defense capability. And we acquired from India the BrahMos anti-ship missile system, which I hope will be delivered within this year, within December, based on my discussions with the Coastal Defense Regiment commander. So with the BrahMos missile system, we expect to develop some sort of maritime buffer along our west coast, and that would be give us sufficient leg room to at least have a minimal deterrent effect on our exclusive economic zone, given the maximum effective range of the BrahMos missile system. The submarine program is still under debate. Our legislators and our political leaders are still looking at the cost issue and the return on investment of such a program for the Navy. But we're still positive that we will be able to acquire this maybe in the next few years. Next slide, please. One of the offshoot of the 2012 standoff is that the Coast Guard, the Philippine Coast Guard, has taken a more active role in terms of with respect to providing maritime security in our exclusive economic zone. And the Philippine Coast Guard has acquired incrementally over the years, acquired capability to be able to patrol beyond our coastal waters. Okay. Next slide, please. I mentioned about political warfare in the earlier slides, and one of the ways that Chinese political warfare manifests in the Philippines is disinformation and propaganda. Okay. So right now we're in the middle of a propaganda war here in Manila between Filipino talking heads that seems to be aligned with our neighbor to the northwest. And of course, some of us in the academia and in the security sector are working together to be able to match Chinese propaganda with some truth-telling mechanisms to be able to counter their disinformation in the general public. Now, I think in the first session there was a lot of charts presented with regards to the various ASEAN countries' views on China. Okay. Now, for the past 3 or 4 years, in terms of we have two reputable survey firms here in Manila that have surveyed the Philippine population. Okay, so more than 80% of Filipinos believe that our government should assert our sovereign rights in our exclusive economic zone in the West Philippine Sea, vis-a-vis China. And again, 80% of those also believe that we should modernize our armed forces, particularly the Navy as well as the Coast Guard, to be able to deal with those maritime security concerns arising from Chinese coercive tactics in the West Philippine Sea. In terms of trust rating, of course, US is the highest in terms of trust rating, followed by Japan. Then far off would be Australia, and and China would be somewhere down at the bottom. Okay, so challenge for Chinese propaganda is how to move the needle in terms of reducing that 80% perception of Filipinos, as well as that improving their trust rating. Okay. Next slide, please. So in terms of the Philippine-US alliance, this was the recent output arising out of the bilateral defense guidelines. There are other mechanisms out of the bilateral security dialogues that came up, but essentially this is the relevant document to address security concerns. And for the first one on the list on combined maritime activities, we do not do FONOPs with the United States. We call it combined maritime activities for very specific reason, because the context of FONOPs also is actually, when it is applied, it also affects Philippine claims in our exclusive Philippine claims. So we expressly convey to the Americans that we cannot do joint patrols with you in the South China Sea under the umbrella of a FONOPS. So what we do is we use a different term for that joint patrol mechanism, and it's called combined maritime activities. We've done our first one a few weeks ago, and this was followed by another one with Australia. Okay. Next slide, please. Now, we're looking at unilateral mechanisms primarily because, and this reinforces the presentation of the earlier panel on Philippine perception vis-a-vis China. Okay, and Philippine perception with respect to ASEAN. Okay, so in terms of security and with respect to China and the US, so the Philippines is basically an outlier because we don't conform to the tendencies of most of the ASEAN member states. Okay, and because of that, we have to look for other mechanisms to reinforce our maritime security requirements. Okay, now the one on the left side is an existing one, and that is within ASEAN. That's between Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. We call it the Trilateral Cooperative Arrangement in the Malti, but it is supposed to be. It was developed into around 2016 or 2017 to address non-traditional security concerns in our common maritime border areas. Okay, particularly armed robbery at sea, transnational terrorism, etc. Okay, but what we're working on merging trilateral is between the United States and Japan. And personally, I advocate for this because, number one, it sort of balances out the asymmetry of power between the Philippines and the United States. Okay. And we can mitigate that with a more strengthened partnership with Japan. Okay. Next slide, please.
Admiral sir, can I request you to please conclude because we are running out of time?
Okay. I think I have 2 more slides left. Okay. So in this slide, it's basically those countries that supported the Philippines in terms of the arbitral ruling, and the red lines are the red fonted ones are those countries that we have defense cooperation agreements. Okay. Next slide, please. For ASEAN mechanisms, we look at these 3 mechanisms as potential venues for cooperation in the South China Sea. These are rather benign mechanisms, and I think this will not trigger adverse reactions even for China. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. For cooperation with India, we look at India in terms of in the context of the Quad. We look at it in terms of the ASEAN policy of India, and we look at it in terms of its participation in naval exercises, and in terms of maritime domain awareness collaboration, potential collaboration, not only with the Philippines, but with ASEAN as well. Next slide. So our takeaway for my presentation is that China's maritime ambition provides existential challenge to the region, to the Philippines. We need a coherent counter strategy that balances national interests with regional obligations. Okay, we need to strengthen for the Philippine side our domestic institutions so that we can enhance our capabilities and diversify away from not only with the United States but other countries, our security and economic interests. And of course, continuing to promote a rule-based order in the region. So that ends my presentation. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Admiral. I really liked the way you put it. You began with the geostrategic context in terms of China's axis of advance, which I really liked because I also believe that it is a significance is the expanding geostrategic frontiers of China. And just a point that I had that I'm sure Philippines it's going to create buffer zones with the BrahMos missile, which it's buying from India. But I'm sure that the Philippines would also be looking at countering the Chinese submarine threat. And for that, there has to be some kind of a underwater domain awareness and the anti-submarine warfare capabilities. And I think that without going into specifics, that would be a great area for cooperation with India, which is already cooperating with the Americans and the Australians on this. And so thank you so much, sir. And now I will invite Ms. Thieu to her topic of her presentation is China's maritime militia in the South China Sea, implications to ASEAN countries, food and territorial security. The floor is yours, Ms. Thieu.
First of all, thank you, Captain Kurana, for your kind introductions, and good morning, everyone. I first would like to express my gratitude toward the organizers for organizing this conference, and it's truly my pleasure to participate in this conference. So today, I would like to talk about China maritime militias in the South China Sea. And it is no secret anymore that China has a maritime militias, and thus the militias force has been operating in the highly contested South China Sea. However, the size, the specific activities, the roles, and the influence of the Chinese maritime militias are not widely discussed, and I hope to touch upon some of these aspects in my presentation. Especially, I would like to highlight the implications of the Chinese maritime militias to the food security and the territorial securities of ASEAN countries. Next slide, please. But first, I think it's good to be helpful to provide you with some background information about China armed force and also the China's maritime militias. So China armed force include three main components. First is the People Liberation Army, second is the People Armed Police Force, and third is the militias. So the militias is an armed organization of the civilians, and it acts as an assistant and also a reserve force of the People Liberation Army. And as you can see on the screen right now, the maritime militias is a subset of the national militias. And then it plays an important role in coastal defense, in supporting the activities of naval operations, in also enforcing the China Maritime Territorial Claim, the so-called 9-dash line. Not only that, the Chinese maritime militias also play an important role in fishery productions. And it is under the commands of the Central Military Commissions, the Provincial Military District, and also the regional governance. And the Chinese maritime militias usually regarded as the non-traditional force, the irregular force, or the little blue men. So for those who don't know, actually both the central and the local governments of China has allocated significant budgets to the creations and the developments of the Chinese maritime militias. And because of that, in recent years, the numbers of the Chinese vessels dedicated for the maritime militias had increased significantly. And some example of the subsidy program, for example, the fuel subsidy for the vessel, the subsidy for the construction of the vessel, or the subsidy for the installations of equipment on board for the vessel. Next slide, please. I think the previous presenter already talked a little bit about the South China Sea, but I would like to discuss again about the disputed claim in the South China Sea. So South China Sea is one of the world's most important body of waters. It links the Pacific and the Indian Oceans together, and it's covered more than 3 million square kilometers. So there is no doubt about the trade and the military values of the South China Sea. However, I think what's receiving the attention here is the disputed claim in the South China Sea, because there are a lot of overlapping claims between different parties in the South China Sea. So there are 6 parties in general, as you can see on the screen: China, Malaysia, Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, and Taiwan. And China has marked out the most parts of the South China Sea with its so-called 9-dash line. However, in 2016, the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague said that Chinese claim in the South China Sea has no legal basis. Despite that, China has still conducting a lot of activity to back up its claim. For example, it built a lot of artificial islands, it built military structures. It's also tried to increase the presence of its naval, coast guard, and the maritime militias. So now let's move to the China's maritime militia in the South China Sea. So as you can see, together with the coast guards, with the naval, the maritime militias play an important role in China tactics in the South China Sea. So the China's maritime militias vessel in the South China Sea include 2 main components. First is the professional maritime militias fishing vessel. Second is the spratly backbone fixing vessels. The former one, the professional ones, is specially designed, constructed with a lot of military functions to conduct military activity. Meanwhile, the spratly backbone fishing vessels are the civilian fishing vessels, and these are renovated or purposely built in order to also conduct a lot of military activities. So the military force of the China operate mainly from ports in Guangdong and Hainan provinces. And together with the Navy and the Coast Guards, it has been operating in the South China Sea. It's conducted a lot of activities, and we usually refer that as the gray zone activities. The gray zone activities is basically the tactics that's under the threshold of the military conflict, but still help China to achieve its goals in the South China Sea and expand its influence in the South China Sea as well. So just some example, for example, the China maritime militias has been swimming, sinking other vessels, and also it conducts a lot of dangerous maneuvers as well. So satellite image actually had identified hundreds of Chinese militias vessels in the South China Sea on a daily basis. Hundreds of the vessels is a big numbers. And to give you a better overview, I also include a graph in the next slide. Can people in the back see the graph? So if you look at the graph right now, it is provided by the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative of the Center for Strategic and International Studies. So it shows the number of the Chinese maritime militias vessels in the South China Sea from September 2021 to September 2022. And if you take a closer look, you can see the numbers of the vessels in the South China Sea all the way above hundreds. So there are lots of vessels in the South China Sea right now from the Chinese maritime militias. And what is interesting about this graph is that you can also see seasonal behavior. So if you take a closer look, the numbers of the vessel decreased in December and January. And then it's increased again in February and reached the peak in July 2022. And why so? Because in December and in January, the militias folks also need to go back home for holiday. And then after that, they come back to the South China Sea. And if you look at the peak of the graph, the numbers of the militias vessels are up to 400 vessels in the South China Sea. So this is to intimidate other countries' vessels. Can you please move to the next slide? Now let's talk about the main parts of my presentations, which is the implication to food security and territorial securities of ASEAN countries. I think most of the time when we talk about the South China Sea, most of the attention paid to territorial dispute or geopolitical rivalry. However, I think most attention should also be paid to the food security of ASEAN countries. Why so? So for those who don't know, the South China Sea actually one of the world's most richest in marine ecosystem. More than 3,000 species of fish can be found therein. And then 12% of the global catch actually also come from the South China Sea. If you look at the table on the screen right now, it shows the per capita fish supply and also the percentage of the fish protein intakes of ASEAN countries and of China. And then if you look closer at the figures of Cambodia or Indonesia, actually more than 50% of their animal protein intakes come from fish. So it means it plays an important role in the food securities of people living near the South China Sea. So this can show the importance of the South China Sea to the food securities of these countries. So now let's talk about how the activities of the China maritime militias can affect the food securities of the ASEAN countries. So the impacts are twofold. First, China maritime militias vessels usually harass, block, and attack a lot of fishing vessels of the ASEAN countries. And this it shows in a lot of news and media's report already. And this in turn interfere with the freedom of navigations and the rise of fishing of the fishermen in the ASEAN countries in their traditional fishing ground. And this in turn can reduce their ability to catch fish and other marine resources. And this will affect their food security. And also, since 1999, China actually has issued a fishing ban policy. Maybe most of you have already acknowledged and know about this. So from May to August every year, China claimed that to reserve the marine resources in the South China Sea is didn't allow the fishing activities in the South China Sea. However, this can also affect the ability of the fishermen of the Southeast Asian nations, and it in long term can affect their fish protein intake as well. So the other side is that while China tried to sway other fishermen out of the South China Sea, the China maritime militias actually also regularly involved in the fishery production activities. And this can contribute to the depletion of the fish stock in the South China Sea. And China actually, at the present, account for more than 20% of the global catch. And the numbers of the fish stock of the South China Sea is decreasing. And in the long run, it could definitely affect the food security of the regions. So if you ask me what could be the best solution for this situation, I would say the ideal scenario is to have a legally binding mechanism to conserve the fish stock. However, is it easy to achieve? I would say no. It would require a lot of time, efforts. It would require negotiation and compromise between parties involved. So for now, it's still a conundrum that we're facing. Now, can you please move to the next slide, please?
Can you wrap up in 2 minutes, please?
Yeah. Okay. So I will try to be quick with the territorial security because I think the previous presenter already talked about this. So actually several ASEAN countries has talked about the presence and the activities of the China maritime militias in the South China Sea. For example, the Philippines has many times accused China's maritime militias of blocking and harassing its vessel. For example, in 2019, a Chinese vessel actually harassed and sank a Filipino boat, and also it left all of the Filipino fishermen in the open water. And if you can look at the screen right now, most recently in July 2023, the armed forces of the Philippines actually reported that there is a swarm of 49 China's fishing vessels loiter at the Iroquois Reef without engaging in any fishing activities. The purpose is just to intimidate the Filipino fishermen. And then another notable case between China and Vietnam that many of you may aware, which is the Haiyan CU 9A1 standoff in May 2014. And then at that time, China actually moved oil rich to the Vietnam waters with the purpose of conducting drilling activity. And of course, Vietnam already sent the maritime force to stop these activities. However, it's faced a strong resistance from a mixture of China Navy, Coast Guard, and also maritime militias. And then if you can look at the screen right now on your right side, which is Chinese ship fire water cannon to the Vietnamese patrol vessels. And not only the Philippines, not only Vietnam, actually Malaysia has also multiple times accused Chinese maritime militias of harassing its oil and gas vessel. So in conclusions, the activities of the Chinese maritime militias has infringed upon the sovereignty and the sovereign rights of a lot of ASEAN countries. And this can potentially jeopardize the stability and the security of the regions. And I'm looking forward to receiving a lot of suggestions or questions during the Q&As. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. As she said, maritime militia is a element of China's gray zone warfare. It includes other things as well, like lawfare, salami slicing, and we know the Chinese, what they are doing in our land border. It's all salami. So this, as she said, and this, I want you to note this point. She said that this gray zone warfare is so that it occurs below the threshold. This is very interesting. Threshold of what? Because nobody wants a war. China also doesn't want a war. And therefore, this gray zone tactics are meant to be applied in a manner that China does not cross the red lines of the adversary for its adversary to justify the use of force. So this is a very theoretical but a very important aspect that the Chinese are very adept at. And thank you for this. Now I will call upon the last speaker, Ms. Sumathi Permal, who will talk about US FONOPS and China's submarine patrols in the South China Sea, challenges to ASEAN states' sovereignty. Are you online, Ms. Permal?
Hi, Colonel. I'm Jaslyn, and I'll be representing Ms. Sumathi and the Maritime Institute of Malaysia today.
All yours. The floor is yours. Please adhere to the strict time limit. We are really short of time, so not more than 15 minutes, please.
Sure, thank you. So good day, everybody. And my name is Jaslyn Tan. I'm from the Maritime Institute of Malaysia. And before I begin, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to inviting MIMA to this prestigious conference. My topic today is on US FONOPS and China submarine patrols in the South China Sea and the challenges to ASEAN state sovereignty and sovereign rights. So first of all, I'll be introducing the strategic developments in the South China Sea, and also I'll talk about US FONOPS and China submarine patrols and also the challenges. And also I'll be giving my concluding remarks at the end. The strategic developments in the South China Sea is marked by the South China Sea has become the theater for a major power rivalry, and it has attracted many Indo-Pacific partners to release their own Indo-Pacific strategy over the past few years. And there have been increasing military activities in the South China Sea. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. Yeah, so it has attracted many Indo-Pacific partners to conduct their own FONOPs or have joint or bilateral military drills with either the ASEAN partners or among themselves. For example, the US, Japan, Australia, India, South Korea, these countries, they have their own Indo-Pacific strategies. At the same time, there is also emerging multilateralism led by the US, which might also become Quad Plus with the addition of some ASEAN members like the Philippines. And the second aspect of the strategic developments in the South China Sea is the disunity within ASEAN due to the different interests among the member states, and also some distractions like the Myanmar crisis, which can also affect the efficacy of ASEAN member states to resolve the South China Sea disputes. And third one is the increasing assertiveness of China in the South China Sea with their gray zone tactics, like the fishing ban, which was mentioned just now, and the altercations with the Philippines and Vietnam, the water cannon issue, and the recent one, the sonar blast, and also the near constant presence in Malaysia's EEZ. And the other strategic developments that I have not included here is the lawfare, information warfare, and increasing arms race, and also cyber warfare in the South China Sea. And the South China Sea disputes have become more complex due to the various warfares utilized, and it spans across maritime, including the undersea domain, and also legal, air, land, multimedia, and digital domains. So next slide, please. But this is not the focus of our presentation today. The focus of my presentation today is on US FONOPs. US FONOPs, according to the data released, the news website of the US 7th Fleet, these are the number of FONOPs carried out from 2018 to 2023. The latest FONOPs was in December this year, just the recent one. And then China has released a statement in response to this. It was on December 4, and then USS Gabriel Giffords sailed through the second stormer shore. And then Chinese PLA released a statement in response to this, claiming that USS Gabriel Giffords has violated its sovereignty. And then because that never applied for prior notification before sailing through the second stormer shore, which is part of the within the 9-dash line. And then China has long regarded the US as the main peace disruptor in the South China Sea, with their increasing military activities with allies and security partners, and also with the FONOPs. So you can see the FONOPs has decreased from 2020 onwards. But then this doesn't mean that the US has decreased its presence in the South China Sea. On the other hand, the US presence in the South China Sea has become more high profile and has also increased as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. But with more bilateral or multilateral exercises instead of with FONOPs. So the US has conducted many maritime exercises with the partners and also security partners and allies, like the Cobra Go, and also Balikatan, Super Garuda, and etc. And according to Beijing-based South China Sea Strategic Situation Probing Initiative, SCSPI, US military activities have increased from 95 in 2021 to 102 in 2022. And among the ASEAN members, the Philippines is the most supportive of the US military activities in the South China Sea, and it has also hosted various large-scale multilateral and bilateral maritime drills with the US and other Indo-Pacific partners in 2023. Next slide, please. So we have come to China submarine patrols in the South China Sea. The People's Republic of Army, the Chinese Navy currently has 60 active submarines, and there are 6 engine class type 94 nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines, SSBNs, and 6 nuclear-powered attack submarines, SSNs, and also 48 conventional attack submarines in service. And these submarines are expected to increase to 65 units by 2025 and 80 units by 2035. And then the Jin-class SSBNs are also equipped with the JL-3 submarine launch ballistic missile, SLBMs, capable of reaching the continental US and can carry up to 12 missiles, including nuclear warheads. So these SSBNs have strongly improved China's sea-based nuclear deterrent and also its anti-missile, its A280 strategy. And China is forming a nuclear deterrent force under the Southern Theater Command based in Hainan Island. The Yulin Naval Base is able to dock 4 nuclear submarines, as well as the Shandong aircraft carrier, as well as other combatant ships, which mainly to target US FONOPs and also military drills in the South China Sea and also in the Taiwan Strait. So the military outposts on Chinese-made artificial islands in the South China Sea also help support the operations of these submarines, and also the China Coast Guard as well as maritime militias, and also to gather intelligence other than targeting US. And these military outposts also help to China to gather intelligence in the EEZ of other claimant states. Next slide, please. There is a report released by the Pentagon in 2022, and the report indicated that Chinese Jin-class Type 94 SSBNs maintain near constant submarine patrols in the South China Sea. However, the exact number of days the submarines are operating in the South China Sea and where exactly which part of the South China Sea are unsure. And in Malaysia's case, according to the naval officers, these submarine patrols, Malaysia has the capability to detect the current Type 94 submarine SSBNs because it's quite noisy, relatively noisier compared to the Russian and US submarines. But then the exact numbers and the exact number of days and whether or not these submarines are really in our waters are not revealed because it's a classified information only available to the top leaders. And these submarine cables, China is now undergoing some development for the submarines, the nuclear SSBNs, and then it will improve on the noise part. So it will be harder to detect in the future with the quieter new generation Type 96 submarines. And the submarine arms race is expected to intensify in the South China Sea due to the advancement of technology, particularly on the unmanned undersea vehicles, UUVs. And their news report indicated that there are trials of China is undergoing trials for the extra large unmanned undersea vehicles in last year. So far, the United States has already have the OCA extra large unmanned undersea vehicles and also the Snakehead large displacement unmanned undersea vehicle. At the same time, Russia and also Japan are also developing UUVs. Next slide, please. So the challenges of the US FONOPS ASEAN states' sovereignty and sovereign rights is mainly due to the different interpretations of UNCLOS between the coastal states and naval powers. So, for example, like Malaysia, we will require prior authorization for military activities in our EEZ, including the South China Sea. So our concern is that if the US come into our water, they usually don't apply for prior notification. They don't give prior notification and they don't apply for prior authorization as well. So our concern is that what kind of military activities are they conducting in our waters? Is it test firing of weapons, or is it marine scientific research which might violate our jurisdiction and sovereign rights, which under Article 56 of UNCLOS? So we don't require prior notification or approval for warships if it's non-stop innocent passage, But usually the US FONOPs are not just innocent passage, because they won't anchor, they will stop in our EEZ and then carry out some activities there, either survey or test firing of weapons. So the second different interpretation is shown in the prior notification required for foreign warships to enter the territorial sea for innocent passage, which is required by China, Taiwan, and also Vietnam. So the US, as usual, also never gave prior notification before they conduct the FONOPs. And so these are the challenges of US FONOPs to ASEAN state sovereignty and sovereign rights. Next slide, please. And for China submarine patrols, the challenges to ASEAN state sovereignty and sovereign rights are also the same thing. Like the US, they never give prior notification and also never applied for prior authorization, but they are even worse because they are in our EEZ 24/7, almost 24/7. And some of the time I'm not sure if we can detect, according to the naval officers that are interviewed, we are able to detect, but there's no information so far because we can't reveal it. And then, it is confirmed by the naval officers that they are not in our territorial waters, they are in our EEZ, but then they are very close to our territorial waters because they have come as close as to 16 nautical miles to our from our baseline. And because the reason why they never obtained prior notification and authorization is because South China Sea is viewed as China's territorial sea or internal waters within the 9-dash line claim. And other than that, they have also been harassing the coastal states, for example, Malaysia's oil and gas exploration and exploitation, as well as fishing activities in the contested zones. So this is a violation of our coastal states' sovereign rights and jurisdiction under UNCLOS. But I'm not sure if submarines are involved as well, because so far it's only known that the surface vessel of CCG and maritime militias are doing the harassment, which is part of the gray zone. And at the same time, they are also collecting intelligence and also doing surveillance in the EEZ of coastal states. But this is a gray area under UNCLOS because intelligence gathering for naval powers stating high seas regime applies on the EEZ of these coastal states. So they believe that the naval powers believe that intelligence gathering is not a violation of sovereign rights and jurisdictions. But for coastal states, depending on the type of intelligence gathering, if it's military intelligence gathering, it might also violate the sovereignty of the coastal states. And if it's a natural resource research survey, then it will constitute a violation of coastal states' jurisdiction and sovereign rights, because UNCLOS Article 56 stipulates that the coastal states has the right to conduct, to monitor, and also to give consent on natural resource research in their EEZ. So next slide, please.
Can you wind up? Okay, great, wonderful.
Pardon?
Yes. Can you conclude?
Sure, yeah. This is already my last slide. So my conclusion is that although US FONOPs might also infringe on some sovereign rights of ASEAN claimant states, but in general, ASEAN claimants are not entirely against US FONOPs. It's because it is a balancer against Chinese aggressiveness in the South China Sea, which we don't have the capability to really fight back. And then most importantly, there are no sovereignty disputes between the US and ASEAN states. And on the other hand, China's near constant presence in the South China Sea is actually more of a concern to us because of the overlapping maritime claims. And Chinese submarine patrols may have violated the jurisdictions and sovereign rights of coastal states if oceanographic research for oil and gas and also fishery stocks and also other marine resources is conducted. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesselyn. And first of all, I must apologize to you that I read out somebody else's name before inviting you to speak.
It's okay.
This is what happens when a moderator is told to, moderate 2 sessions in a row, and he gets tired. So I apologize, Jaslyn, and thank you
No
for a very
problems.
wonderful presentation. And I really liked your insights on international maritime law, especially the UNCLOS. Uh, and I just want to, to all the students who may not be generally aware of what is the essential purpose of FONOPS, the Freedom of Navigation Operations. Based on whatever Justin said, it is international law is much of it, the source of that law is state practice. So if a state continues to assert some interpretation of international law in its favor, which the Americans do not agree to, then they will try to assert that what they are doing is not right. Because if they don't challenge, in other words, the coastal states' interpretation of law, then it becomes a state practice. And that becomes a foundation for international law. And therefore, freedom of navigation operations is being undertaken by the US Navy, not only against its adversary states like China, but also against its allies and including India. So that is a very important thing. You must understand what are freedom of navigation operations. And I also appreciate, Justin, you talked about the AUVs. You talked about UUVs, unmanned underwater vessels. In fact, the Chinese unmanned vessels will be autonomous and they will be called AUVs, which is a big challenge in international law because the autonomous vehicles can do targeting without human being in the chain of command. And therefore, the laws of armed conflict may not be adhered to. This is a real challenge in international law. And even in peacetime, if a country's interpretation of the UNCLOS is that you cannot undertake, foreign warships cannot undertake innocent passage in my territorial sea, and if you see a unmanned underwater vehicle, it has got sovereign immunity. And therefore, the only thing that the coastal state can do is to tell it to go out. But how do you tell an unmanned vessel to go out? And what is the channel of communication that you have with the handlers in the shore bases sitting there who are communicating with the unmanned vessels? So these are real issues of international law, and I'm glad that you brought this out because the students must have a basic understanding of these nuances of law. And lastly, I must also mention this issue so that the student should not be go home with a false interpretation, not a false interpretation, but a misleading, information that which you did not say so. I'm not saying that you said it, but SSBNs are ballistic missile nuclear submarines. They are essentially for nuclear deterrence. They are not for naval purposes. They are manned, operated by the Navy. Just for instance, in case of India, the Aryant is a SSBN. So this is not for naval purposes, and therefore these submarine patrols, if they do, that will be for nuclear deterrence and not for war fighting. So that is I just thought that this should not be the impression that you would have carried home, which you did not mention, but it could have been construed that way. So with that, I open the floor for questions, please, so that we give more chance to more people to ask questions. Please ask only one question and short question. Please raise your hands. Okay, you again, go ahead. And please say whom your question is addressed to.
Good afternoon, sir. My first question was for the first speaker. The only question was for first speaker. That was Dr. Rommel. So, in 2022, there was a tripartite Coast Guards agreement signed between Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines, which is more focused on internal dynamics, for example, terrorism, piracy, and smuggling. But my question was, could this arrangement be utilized against China, even if not for combined maritime purposes, but then let's say for information sharing and benign activities that can increase like cooperation of these three nations against China? So what are going to be some of the benefits and challenges that are arising out of this arrangement between these three nations? And can it increase to more ASEAN nations?
Admiral Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you for that question. I think you're referring to the trilateral cooperative arrangement that was in 2017 or a different one. Just for the TCA in Dumalfi, it is basically for non-traditional maritime security concerns. And that was the agreement between the three coastal states. In theory, it's possible, but that will take another round of discussion and agreement. And I think under current situation, I think that will not prosper for that configuration to be specifically designed for South China Sea. But I mentioned earlier on the later part of my presentation about 3 ASEAN mechanisms that were only approved this year, 2023. The ASEAN guidelines for maritime interaction, the Coast Guard Forum, and the other one on search and rescue. I think those areas, those mechanisms are benign in nature. They're not specifically, let's say, targeted against China, but rather for cooperation among the region. And I think these types of mechanisms can be migrated to the South China Sea. Okay.
Yeah. So you heard it. Excellent. We don't say it out in the open. Indian Navy cooperate with so many countries on MDA. This is against terrorism and coastal security, right? But it has military applications. So there you are. It's the same for all countries. But we do not say out in the open. But for your understanding, you must understand this, the duality of purpose. Next question. Okay, you're not asked? Okay, you go ahead. Short question. And to whom?
My question is also to Rommel, sir.
Okay.
Sir, he mentioned about BrahMos. Sir, for weapons like BrahMos and to deter a highly advanced force like China, Philippines has faced many limitations and restrictions also, especially in terms of its armed forces advancements regarding whether it is for the over-the-horizon radars or the command and control structures of or the overall armed forces, and especially when Captain Khurana mentioned about the UUVs and how to have communication with it. Sir, how is Philippines working towards overcoming all these limitations, and how much time will it take to reach to a certain position where it can successfully defend or deter foreign incursions in its own exclusive economic zones?
Okay. Thank you for your question. I think you must understand that the Philippines has been involved in a counterinsurgency campaign for the past 5 decades, starting in the 1970s. So it's only in 2023, this year, that the Philippine Armed Forces has declared strategic victory over our long-time counterinsurgency problem, which is the local communist insurgency, local communist movement. So, like all bureaucracies, our armed forces is also a bureaucracy, and it takes time to transition because our force structure, our doctrine, and of course our capabilities for so long a time were centered around our armed forces, the Philippine Army, our ground forces. So it will take some time, even if there were already modernization projects like the BrahMos missile system that were approved a few years ago. Okay, but basically, our armed forces is in a state of transition right now, so it will take some time. The Navy is among the three services. The Navy is the one focused on external defense or territorial defense, but it's not the principal service here in the Philippines, which is very unusual considering we're an archipelago. Okay, so I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a little break to the admiral, and let me ask who wants to ask a question to Ms. Jesslyn or Ms. Go ahead.
Am I audible? Yeah. This is actually open to the panel. Anyone can answer it. So one of the main strategies used by China is to delay talks with multilateral talks or delaying bilateral talks with the stakeholders in South China Sea. So how long can China hold out against these stakeholders in the same region? This is open to anyone.
Can you repeat?
Yeah. So basically, the Chinese strategy is to hold out talks with hold out multilateral talks, or just to postpone them with the stakeholders in South China Sea. So how long can China hold out these talks? Like how long can they postpone them? That's the question.
Talking about the code of conduct?
No. So when they're having multilateral talks regarding to resolve disputes in the South China Sea, China postpones them. That is the main strategy over there.
I think I'll go first on Malaysia's.
Jesslyn, yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I think Malaysia and China, we don't really have bilateral negotiations going on. We have a bilateral dialogue mechanism, but it's only for a dialogue on non-traditional security, marine resources protection in the South China Sea between Malaysia and China. There's no bilateral negotiation going on the South China Sea disputes because Malaysia doesn't recognize China's claim in the South China Sea. We never acknowledge that we don't think the 9-dash line is legal, is legitimate under UNCLOS. So that's why we don't recognize it and we don't carry out bilateral negotiations with China. Yeah. So we have the code of conduct is going on and there's a timeline already among ASEAN and China. We have released a timeline to accelerate the progress of the COC, but the COC is not to resolve the disputes as well. It's also to restrain the conduct of the claimant states and also the claimant states, especially in the South China Sea, because we don't recognize China's claim in the South China Sea. Thank you.
Yeah, so you see, this from the Chinese perspective, they would love it. They would love to have bilateral negotiations with each one and not a multilateral one. But the ASEAN is to maintain its solidarity. It will not do that. And therefore, it is only the code of conduct, which, as Justin said, it has other issues also incorporated. And the Chinese are trying to scuttle it or delay it. Let's see what happens. And they have now come out with new caveats that about extra regional powers cannot do this, cannot do joint exercises, cannot do exploration of oil resources without our permission, which is a big problem, which will never see this code of conduct coming through in its present form. Next question. Any other question? Sir, thanks for salvaging this.
Not actually a question because I have many questions for Philippines, but more in terms of an observation. What we have seen is that, nobody has been able to contain China. They are using the military militia. The law has not come to it, as Philippines will watch for it, including the 2016 verdict which was given. And then you've been able to do nothing about this. So, this salami slicing, which everyone talks about, is something is of a reality. So, what provisions of UNCLOS today are relevant in terms of stopping, let's say, use of military force in exclusive economic zones of other countries, because it affects livelihood and fisheries, as was brought out by Tu. So there is no answer, as I can see today. There's no light at the end of the tunnel unless the global bodies are perhaps able to add some more law. But even law is not going to deter China. So how, I will seek the comments from Admiral on if this is the present situation and harsh reality. How do you see the future, in terms of law enforcement, in terms of use of military force? Okay, we have the BrahMos, but I see that even the BrahMos is not going to deter China. So what is the solution?
Admiral, would like to come in?
Thank you for your comment, and I think that's also a question. In a way. Now, whenever I give a lecture to our military students in the Defense College, I will frame my description of China's activities as a global insurgency. Okay, as a global insurgency, and the reason why I say this is because it is actively subverting the international order. So, and trying to, in some future, they envision that they will replace it with a more Sinocentric order that is attuned to the Chinese Communist Party's more or less liking. Okay, but in the current context, subversion means try, of course, in such type of global insurgency, we do not expect China to actually obey international law. Okay, they will find ways and means to work around it, or they will try to find ways and means to put people within agencies that are actually responsible for enforcing those laws or regulations and try to subvert it from within. And the most vulnerable, of course, is the UN agencies that are regulating some of our maritime rules. Okay, or if not, they will try to co-opt those who are in the leadership positions in those agencies and try to influence them. So it's all part of the sharp power aspect of China's statecraft tool. Okay, trying to for influence operations. Now, I do agree with you that and the Philippines alone does not have the gravitas, diplomatic or military, to contain or counter China. Okay, we're just a small power in the Southeast Asia trying to protect our national interest and our maritime security interest as well. That's why one of our military diplomatic solution would be trying to work with our allies and partners in trying to create that deterrent effect in the South China Sea. Will that be successful? I do not know, because we all know each country, each state has its own way of figuring out what its interest is, and their degree of participation is, of course, dependent on domestic politics. Okay, so I do agree, and I personally do not have a solution. But for the Philippines, what is imposed on us by ourselves is what we need to develop our own coherent strategy across the different dimensions of power to address China on our own and work with other countries as well within the limits of what their states can provide or sort of serve as a token for participation. Thank you.
Thank you for the great observations. I just want to ask from the perspective of Vietnam. So Vietnam actually still believe in the relevance of the international laws, especially the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and it still try to uphold the international law. Vietnam is currently trying to gather the evidence to bring to the court. So actually, UNCLOS provides 4 courts for resolving the maritime dispute, and according to my understanding, Vietnam can try, and other countries in Southeast Asia, of course, can try to bring to UNA 7 courts, because in this court, you can try to resolve a loss of maritime claim. And even if the other party, which is China's, refuse to come to the court, it can still happen with the legal proceeding. So I think like if every country try to bring it to the court, it can bring the clarity to the legal claim of that country. And also if they win the court, it can also bring the support from the international community as well. So that is from Vietnam perspective on international law. And for solution, to be honest, I also don't have the answer for this as well. But I think like each country in Southeast Asia can try to enhance their capability and build up their maritime military force, maritime force as well, in order to enhance their security and self-defense capability. So that is from my end.
I think this is a wonderful way to end the session, what she gave, the Vietnamese perspective. And I would, in the same breath, I would actually compliment Admiral Rommel's country, Philippines, who have been strong enough to take China to the international court. And the Chinese just dismiss it as if it doesn't bother. That's not the case. Because I was in Delhi when the 2016 verdict of the Permanent Court of Arbitration was declared, and the Chinese ambassador in New Delhi was running around in circles, including he came to NMF and tried to explain China's position and why they didn't, why did they reject the verdict? And therefore, the point is that more countries like Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, even Indonesia, if you resort to international law, take China to court, it will have a very positive effect on the, at least managing the South China Sea dispute. And with this, all that remains for me to do is to give this panel a round of applause, a loud round of applause.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to all the speakers. It was indeed an enriching and informative session. I would now request Dr. Ramnath to kindly felicitate Ms. Thu with a token of appreciation. With this, we come to the end of session 1. We'll be breaking for lunch. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, Chair, again. This lunch is served for all students, faculty, and research.
National Maritime Foundation and Professor Naval War College, Goa. Their presentations will be focusing on two vital components of ASEAN, which is Vietnam and Indonesia. I understand we are beginning a little later than as scheduled. So I presume that we will have the time allocated, which is of about 55 minutes as originally scheduled in the program. Now, the first speaker, Dr. Ms. Liu Thi Lang Hyong, will be speaking about India and Vietnam and India's defense assistance to Vietnam. But before I ask her to make her remarks and her presentation, I would like to say that where the India-ASEAN Connect is concerned, really Vietnam and Indonesia stand out for a number of reasons. The first reason, of course, is historical, because the earliest contacts between India and what we today term as Southeast Asia really began in these two regions, in Vietnam and in Indonesia. So that, of course, is a separate story in itself. And that story belongs largely to the first millennium. But nevertheless, it is a background and a context which is inescapable in the larger India-ASEAN Connect picture. So may I request our first speaker to make her presentation, after which we will hear the second presentation on Indonesia, and perhaps have some time left for questions and answers and discussions after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Moderator. Can you hear me well? Okay. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizers, the Chennai Center for China Studies, and the Center for East Asian Studies for letting me have a great opportunity to join online the conference. The organizers invited me to share a perspective on the topic that India's defense assistance to Vietnam, challenges and possibilities. So I will try my best to do this job. And this is my own viewpoint, not the viewpoint from the institution where I'm working now. In my presentation, first of all, I would like to share an overview on Vietnam-India bilateral relations and focusing on the defense and security cooperations with some of the example of achievement in defense and security cooperations. And then I will answer the questions from the organizers. So a potential way forward for the further cooperation in the maritime domain. So first of all, relating to the bilateral relations, as Dr. Moderator mentioned before, that Vietnam and India has a historical link, and you mentioned that in the first millennium, and Vietnam and India have a long-standing ties from the establishment of diplomatic relations in 1972. And both countries upgraded relation to strategic partnership in 2007, and then to comprehensive strategic partnership in 2016. In Vietnam, India relations have reached to a greater height and have been built on a firm foundation with close link in culture, history, mutual trust and understanding, and not only at the bilateral level, but also in the international and regional fora. And India views Vietnam as an important pillar in India's policy. And if you read to the joint statement between the high-level leaders, the comprehensive strategic partnership between Vietnam and India focus on a range of areas of cooperation. For example, in the joint statement on the state visit to Vietnam by the India president to Vietnam in November 2018, both leaders share common visions on further deepening the comprehensive strategic partnership. First of all, is the defense security cooperation. Second, the economy, trade and investment cooperation. Third, development cooperation. Fourth, scientific and technological cooperation. And the other area and in the regional and international cooperations. And during the time of COVID in 2020, Vietnam and India Prime Minister announced the joint visions for peace, prosperity, and people to guide the future development of the comprehensive strategic partnership. And if you see that among a range of area of cooperation, the defense and security cooperation is the first pillar of the partnership, bilateral partnership, and two countries have got important achievement in the domain of cooperations in defense and security. And here are some examples. First, many important documents in regard to defense and security cooperation were signed. For example, the Joint Vision Statement on Vietnam-India Defense Cooperation for the periods 2015 and 2020. And last year, on the occasion of the official visit of India Defense Minister to Vietnam, both sides inked important documents. For example, the Joint Vision Statement on India and Vietnam Defense Partnership toward 2030, and the MOU on mutual logistic support. And India signed with the several countries the MOU on mutual logistic support. But for Vietnam, this is the first major agreement that Vietnam signed with any country. The second example to prove that India and Vietnam had strong ties in defense and security cooperation through diversified cooperative activities. For example, both sides had a growing defense exchange or defense security dialogue. India offered the defense line of credit for the first period. The amount of defense line of credit is up to $100 million, and for the building of 12 offshore high-speed patrol boats. And last year, India offered the amount of $500 million defense line of credit to defense industries. Besides, India and Vietnam has as well the collaborations in human resources training between the different forces, for example, the Army, the Air Force, the Naval or Coast Guard. And there are as well the cooperations in the domain of cybersecurity and information sharing. And both countries has some cooperations in the UN peacekeeping and to promote coordinations at the multilateral defense and security cooperation framework like ASEAN Regional Forum, ROF, or ADMM. And now I'm going to pass to the maritime domain. Both countries are also committed to maritime practical cooperation. For example, between Vietnam and India have the maritime security dialogue in 2019, or between ASEAN and India strategic dialogue in maritime cooperation in 2018. And Vietnam and India have sustained mutual visits by each other naval or Coast Guard vessel. For example, last year, India naval ship came to Ho Chi Minh City, and this year, India naval ship come to Da Nang port in May. So, and we have as well the bilateral exercise. For example, Vietnam has regularly participate to the Milan naval exercise hosted by the Indian Navy, or Vietnam and India had joined the bilateral army exercise, the Green Park, since 2018. And last week, this fourth time for the Green Park exercise between Vietnam and India. So I just give a lot of examples to prove that it is undeniable that Vietnam and India have shown the strategic trust and expressed political willingness toward the implications of comprehensive strategic partnership. And I think that in the context of the world has fragmented, and there are a lot of rivalry between the country. The strategic trust is very important, and the political willingness is very important for the country, for the cooperation between Vietnam and India. And until now, both sides have witnessed comprehensive and profound in the defense and security cooperation, including in the maritime domain awareness, in the maritime domain. And the next questions, as the organizer asked to me, so any possibility for the further cooperation? Is there any room for further cooperations? And here I would like to share maybe some food for thought in focusing on the maritime domain, because maritime cooperation is one of the important components in the defense and security cooperation between two countries. And moreover, Vietnam and India are both coastal states. We are the UNCLOS member state, and we advocates the rules-based order or rules-based architecture and paying attention to the maritime interest and maritime security in the Indo-Pacific region. So this morning I participate to the conference and I hear the presentations from the speaker in the two sub session. So I learned that you share, and I do agree with the sharing that now the region of Indo-Pacific, including the South China Sea, we look, there are a lot of emerging geopolitical political and economic dynamic shift in the region. And you mentioned as well some, for example, you mentioned about some gray zone tactics or hybrid threat in the domain awareness. And I think that it contains the challenges to the national security and the prosperity and stability in the region, and to the each coastal state like Vietnam and in India. And I think that one of the tools can help the countries to counter the hybrid or gray zone tactics, either how to make clear and promote the transparencies in the maritime domain. So you mentioned on the maritime domain awareness, and I think maybe in the future both countries can think about how can we collaborate in the area in the maritime domain awareness. And I think that India has expertise and technologies as well in this domain. And for example, I learned that you have the focal point for the EORA Information Fusion Center with a lot of technologies for the maritime domain awareness. So I think it's maybe in the future this is a potential cooperative activities between Vietnam and India. And I think in this morning I heard some people talk about the Quad, and there exist emerging grouping countries, and we call that this is the minilateralism. So there, I heard that some people talk about the Quad, and there is now the Quad is some people say that maybe Quad could undermine the ASEAN centrality, because maybe it raising from the different calculation. But I think that Quad may be maybe a partner in the future, because and India is one of the countries in Quad. So India in the future could be the important focal point to connect the Quad and ASEAN, to promote dialogue, to make the ASEAN country to understand what Quad is for prosperity in the region, is good for all the countries. So under the Quad framework, and I learned that Quad have some initiative. I think that if India and the Quad country can give the more substantial information, for example, relating to IPMDA, the Information Maritime Domain Awareness, it could be helpful for the ASEAN country to learn how ASEAN country can use the technology and to know what is going on in the at sea. So, or one initiative under the Quad framework, I think we can think about to share in the future. This is the initiative relating to the partnership for capable connectivity and resilient. And I think this initiative is launched in this May 2023. Nowadays, because we talk about the submarine cable security, I think it's very important for the telecommunications and the communication, the networking, the connectivity. So maybe India can help the ASEAN country to understand what is for the Quad partnership for capable connectivity and resilience. So I just finished my thought about the overview of the bilateral relations and some food for thought for how can India can help the Vietnam or the ASEAN country to promote the cooperations for the prosperity and security in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for a very comprehensive, but at the same time, very analytical talk on the India-Vietnam strategic partnership. You have covered the historical and the contemporary aspects very well indeed, I must say, but also woven into your presentation a number of very important issues. And I particularly would like to commend you for the remarks which you made with regard to how the interface between ASEAN and Quad can be strengthened. I think this is really a central issue which India as a member of Quad, and also India as a country which places a very high value and a very high premium to ASEAN centrality. It is really something which we have to ponder about a great deal. Because it is true, there is a sense in many circles that the idea of ASEAN centrality has been eroded to some extent by the narrative traction which Quad has gathered. So this idea of strengthening the interface between ASEAN and Quad is a very valuable insight, and I'm sure there will be questions which we will have on this subject. Thank you also for being so very concise and sticking to the time, because our session has been somewhat curtailed. But with this, I would like to now invite our next speaker, Captain Dr. Gurpreet Singh Khurana, and he will be talking about India and Indonesia as maritime neighbors. For the students who are listening into this, I think it's important to focus on Indonesia because when you look at Indonesia in a map and you try to understand a little bit of its history, it is really a marvel. And I know in India we give ourselves a great deal of pride in our unity and diversity and how so many different cultures, so many different languages come together and work together. But really, Indonesia, from that perspective, is an equally striking example. And therefore, it is important that we learn from Indonesia. As I said this morning, one of the questions which I always think about is and reflect on is how was Indonesia so much more successful in ASEAN as compared to India and SAARC? And it's really something which we have to think about. Dr. Khurana has a great deal of experience on these issues, and may I now request him to make his presentation.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor to be here in the session being chaired by you. And ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. Specifically for the students, it's a challenge to pay attention after lunch, but I'll try to make that's why it's a presentation here, so that you are awake and alive. But of course, I'm not going to make it too simple for you you'll have to really pay attention, at least for the first 10 slides. And if you can do that, stay alive and awake for the 10 slides, then I don't mind just finishing my presentation. If there is time, I'll show you a few more slides. And because my presentation it's of course about India, Indonesia, but it's going to deal with a little complex issues. Maybe you may not have heard about some jargon, some terms, some new things, but that's important for you. Because if you have never heard about it, when you hear about it, it will not generate any curiosity in you to take you forward in your academic pursuit. You know, the problem with us, I've also gone through your stage, okay? And I can tell you this was my problem. I didn't know that what I didn't know. That's the major problem. And therefore, when you have to ask some expert, you want to ask him because you want to grow, right? You have to do your academic study, research, whatever. You don't know what to ask because you don't know what you don't know. That's the point. And so therefore, while I deal with Indonesia, there'll be some issues that I'll be covering. And don't worry, as I said, even if you get 20% of what I'm saying, I'll be happy. So why Indonesia matters to India? That is the first question. You know, there are people who say that British Prime Minister Lord Palmerston said that your friends are not permanent, but your interests are perennial, and therefore of course he said that. But many centuries before that, our own Indian strategist Kautilya said that. He said that there is no if there is no friend, the friends are based on the interest at that point in time. And so please keep that in mind when you quote Lord Palmerston and forget Arthashastra and Kautilya. And so this is the context. So, like in Punjabi, they say, na, menu ki. What's in it for me? There is it. So, as the chair also said, you know, Indonesia has power, regional power and weight in the IOR and ASEAN-led multilateral fora. Maritime zones are contiguous with India's own need to jointly deter China. Indonesia straddles vital maritime choke points. Need to jointly counter religious radicalism because Indonesia is a moderate Islamic state. Trade, resource potential of Indonesia, potential for people and tourism contacts. So this is just a sense of, now let's look at its context from geography, right? So these are artificial geographic and geopolitical divisions. South Asia, if you look at this, the map, the maritime map, charts, what we call, there's no difference. There is no line. It's all in the mind. And therefore we must, and that's why I said a contiguous maritime zone between India and Indonesia. There you are. The Andaman Nicobar Islands are 170 kilometers only, whereas there are 1340 kilometers from Chennai. These are other maritime neighbors. We look at the continental neighbors because we are continental minded, but we hardly recognize our maritime neighbors, which are more than we have the continental neighbors. This is the IHO publication, which gives the limits of oceans and seas. So when you have to consult what is the limit, this is the publication. International Hydrographic Publication S23. It's there on the internet. And so see the Bay of Bengal, Andaman Sea, and there you are, you have a very important sea lane, international shipping lane, which passes between the Indra Point in Nicobar Islands of India and the Sumatra Island of Indonesia. And then it turns into the Malacca Strait. You see the kind of dynamics here, not only in terms of India and Indonesia, geographic proximity, but the proximity to the shipping lanes. That's very strategic. This is taken from the India's maritime security strategy, India's primary area and secondary areas of maritime interest, and we can also say extrapolate it to geopolitical interest. Now, this is important. This is a concept which is important, a geostrategic frontier. India's geostrategic frontier has been expanding because it expands with how the country's power grows, whether it is economic power, military power, and so on. Which means India's areas of interest are also expanding. This is the area, the geostrategic frontier, where a country must be able to influence events. Why? To preserve those interests, geopolitical and maritime, within these geostrategic frontiers. How will it preserve its interests? It uses all forms of national power at its disposal. Combination, right? Economic power, military power, diplomatic power, science and technology power, informational power, soft power, and so on. And India's geostrategic frontiers have expanded much more to the east than to the south, and they expanded in all directions. That's how you got your look east policy and now your act east. And now you have the Indo-Pacific vision, Sagar. This coincides with Indonesia's global maritime fulcrum. Both 2014, Indonesia played a lead role in the ASEAN outlook for Indo-Pacific. Jokowi, Modi, two strong leaders. There you are going, you see. So there is an overlap in the geostrategic frontiers of Indonesia and India, and that's where there's a confluence of interests, and we should cooperate to protect those interests. I'm talking in very generic terms. More specific interests will come. Recent history I will skip, except to tell you that it's India-Indonesia friendship has been traditional because both were besieged by the colonial powers. In India, in case of India, it was the British. In case of Indonesia, it was the Dutch. And so we evolved. We were the leaders of the non-aligned movement, the global south, whatever we call it. This was the only aberration in 60s. When in the morning we had a discussion about intra-ASEAN problems. This is one example of them, of that. Indonesia did not want to support Britain to support Malaya, but India was supporting, and therefore the Indonesian got against us, and therefore they laid claim to the Andaman Nicobar, and they sided with Pakistan during 65 hours. But that is a minor aberration. Generally, it has been great. And there was another minor aberration when the Indonesians were a little worried about India's becoming close to the Soviet Union, because they have had their own, red communist insurgency there. But that was all dissipated very soon because we had the first bilateral naval exercise in 1989. And then you had the Milan in Port Blair beginning from 1995, and that continued every 2 years. So all that has assuaged the Indonesians. And then we have these things, Defense Cooperation Agreement, coordinated naval patrols, very important, joint declaration for establishing strategic partnership, all that. See, right from, so these are just some timelines which I have made in terms of our bilateral naval ties and strategic ties. So, and this all culminated in 2018 when the two prime ministers met and they had a joint statement called the Shared Vision. And these are some action points of that vision, various types of cooperation. Remember, I talked to you in the previous session about holistic maritime security. So all that. MDA space cooperation. Last one, expediting maritime boundary delimitation. Oh, I wonder. We thought that India and Indonesia had settled their maritime boundary. Is that not correct? Right? Anybody says no, they have not settled? Nobody. Yes, they have settled. But that was in the 1970s when there was no UNCLOS. But when UNCLOS came into play, there was a new regime called the EEZ, which was, and the delimitation of EEZ was based upon the equitable principle and not the equidistant principle on which the previous agreement with Indonesia was done between the two continental shelves. And so we had to revise, and that is the process which is going on. Plus, the UNCLOS also gives Indonesia the archipelagic status, which means when they go in for the principle of equitability, they will get something more. And that is the reason why the Indians say, we will have whatever has already been agreed to as the base, and we will work on the equitability based on this. But Indonesians say, no, we will start afresh. So there are minor issues which happen between countries all the time, even if they are friends.
So now I have.
Dr. Khurana, my apologies. Could you wind up in 5 minutes, please? Because we have
Oh,
been
that's
told to
5
close
minutes
this
is left.
session. So we must have 10 minutes for questions and answers later.
Sure, sir. 5 minutes is luxury for me because I've actually finished the difficult part. And now I'm going to only show you some photographs. See, maritime domain awareness. Bakamla, Indonesia. Maritime domain awareness is very, very critical. Because, and as I said in the previous session, it's not about only piracy and smuggling. It has a military connotation. Piracy is only in Malacca Strait. It was not exactly in the India and Indonesia maritime boundary line. So if somebody tells you we fight piracy, say, hold on, we have many more challenging issues like China. See, corporate. This is my ship. I commissioned this ship in Port Blair in 2002. That is the year when we started the coordinated patrols with Indonesia. It was essentially against illegal fishing. The Indonesians used to come to Port Blair and they used to steal sea cucumbers because those used to be sold at high prices in Southeast Asia. So this was the problem that time. And thereafter there was Aceh insurgency, and therefore this coordinated patrols did play a valuable role in that. And thereafter we had the LTT war, and the LTT used to get supplies from this route, and therefore, and of course the other thing is we also had the coordinated patrols with Thailand and thereafter with Myanmar and Bangladesh, but that's a separate story. This is the 6-degree channel which I was telling you. This is the international shipping lane, which takes you into the Malacca Strait. Then you have the irregular migration, Rohingya issue. All this is happening in this region. Search and rescue. Indonesia has not ratified the 1979 Search and Rescue Convention. Why? It is so benign. But the problem is that Indonesia was even more sensitive than India in terms of letting the Western colonial powers come into the territorial waters of Indonesia, trying to say that we have come for search and rescue. Said, no, we are not going to sign this. And therefore, there is a yellow line. And so what? India and Indonesia can still cooperate. You can have a bilateral MOU as to say that we will cooperate, exchange our resources, our search and rescue assets. And search and rescue area is very big as per the SAR convention. This is very important. That's what tsunami happened, right? You studied in school this theory of continental drift. When the continental drift happened, this line came about. It's a fault line. That's where the earthquakes and the volcanoes come about, which is why the underwater earthquake which came off under Nicobar Island of Indonesia led to the tsunami. We as Indians, we don't bother about what's happening in Andaman Nicobar. Most of us Indians don't even know that there's an active volcano in India. That's in Andaman Islands, Barren Island. And by the way, there are goats there. There's no source of fresh water. The goats drink salt water and survive. Can you imagine? This is law of evolution, Darwin's theory. But anyway, so this is how we help them. COVID, we help them, right? Oxygen cylinders, vaccines. In 2018, India had inducted the deep submergence rescue vessel for submarines. We offered it to all navies. Even though Singapore has a facility, Indonesian submarine sank. We did offer, but by the time it was too late. But we have the capability, and this is some human safety issue, which military strategic cooperation, very important. These are permanent bubbles of Indian Navy's deployments. This is not for piracy. This is not for trafficking. This is for China. We need to be up there. We need to. I told you about the various instruments of power which you have to exercise to influence events so as to preserve your interests. So the military power is important. It is not only an instrument of war, it's a valuable instrument of foreign policy. And therefore your countries, your ships are permanently deployed. And for that, for permanent bubbles, you need to rotate the platform. You can't send a ship and when he comes back, then I'll send another ship. No. And for that, you need high-end consort. Consort means other ships of other foreign navies who can exercise with you. because your main task is war fighting, right? So you need to be exercising throughout, even if you're deployed overseas, then you have to have fuel, water. So you have signed OTR. OTR stands for Operational Turnaround Agreements. And so you have maintenance. And so you have some kind of agreement, and like in Mauritius, like in some other countries, you have agreements. You pre-position your containerized workshops, toolboxes, all that, so that when your ships need repair, they don't need to come back to India. And therefore, this is where Sabang comes in. Sorry, this is not Sabang. Sabang is later. Submarine is docked recently in Indonesia. Unprecedented. The Indonesians allowed it. We don't allow the Chinese intelligence ship to come to Colombo, but the Indonesians allowed us in Jakarta. See? Power speaks. Influence speaks. All forms of power. Sabang. Again, another example. Of course, we are saying it's for commercial purposes. But then the minister of Indonesia said, shipping vessels and submarine, he said it, quote unquote. There you are, China. Say you are Sabang, so close. 167 kilometers only from Indra Point. There you are. Now this is my last part. Not Natuna Sea. China's 9-dash line comes here. So Indonesia is not a disputant in South China Sea, but it becomes a disputant with China in Natuna Sea. How does it make a difference? 9-dash line is here, no? And therefore you are having all these sorts of things. This is the limit of the Natuna Sea. See? 9-dash line is here. Here it is. It's the overlap with the green line. And therefore, sorry, here you are, Chinese Coast Guard off Nazun Islands. This is the problem. So what do we do? So there's a fishing dispute. So the
could you wind up, Dr. Khurana, now?
1 minute, sir. Just can you give me 1 minute? Okay. So China's vessel, they helped the Chinese fishing vessel to escape from the Indonesian Coast Guard. They are having this underwater fishing vessels in Indonesian waters. We keep conducting exercises. There you are. So the last slide is this fish hook. This is my last slide. So when you have underwater domain awareness, I was telling the admiral from Philippines, this is what it is. You have to monitor all these straits so that you can monitor the entry of Chinese submarines into the Indian Ocean. For that, you need support of Indonesia, especially also Australia and others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will have a few minutes left for questions. So if there are any with regard to the first presentation on India-Vietnam strategic relations or on India-Indonesia maritime interface, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you to all the speakers for their amazing presentations. So I have a common question for all three of the presenters about we see how China's growing presence is making all the countries in the Southeast Asia focus more on their military power. Like Japan is also investing more in the self-defense forces in East Asia, and then Philippines is also doing the same. Vietnam is also trying to do the same. India is having some relations with Philippines in terms of selling military goods to them and also with other countries. But my question is, why is India not investing more on these terms? Because China is continuously making a presence in all these countries. And when it also comes to Indonesia, Indonesia is trying to build its power against China to keep it out of their limits. But then why is India not focusing on investing militarily in China, at least in terms of supplying our military goods to them, or at least by selling and capitalizing our products? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one more question and then we can club the two together.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful lectures by both the speakers. My question is to Dr. Gurpreet sir. It's related to the emergence of cyber domain awareness. If you have spoken about maritime domain awareness, so there is this complexity emerging with the cyber domain awareness, which is an integral part of MDA as well. And I think it's more linked to the hacking activities we have reportedly that came back in 2012 of INS Intrnational, which has created a lot of challenges for India's capabilities and creating various loopholes for us, which we need to address. And how do you perceive it to be dealt with? Thank you.
Thank you. So may I first request Ms. New Thin Lang Huang to answer the comment on the first question, and then we'll ask Dr. Khurana to comment on the second. Please go ahead.
Thank you for, I think this is a very difficult question because you asked why India don't sell the military goods to the other countries. I'm from the Vietnamese perspective, so I don't understand and I cannot share my viewpoint why India cannot sell because I think that for my perspective, I will share my understanding because I'm not a military expert. I'm a legal expert, but I understand when a country wants to share what military goods or arms to the other country, you need a synchronize between the different military system. So I understand that if you want to buy something to the other country, you need to look on the system at first. For example, for the missile, you can need the system, the system from the technical assistance. So that's why I think that if one country want to have some military transaction, you need to look overall. And I think maybe I can ask the help from my the colleague because you work for the Indian Navy, so you can understand well more in perspective. And relating to the second questions relating to cyber domain or the maritime domain awareness, here what I say in my presentation that I think nowadays here you can understand that the maritime domain awareness is the notions in the term definition firstly by the international maritime organizations, but between the countries there is no the uniform understanding on the maritime domain awareness. For example, Vietnam, we don't have any definitions on this term, but if we can look at the definitions by the international, the IMO, this the maritime domain awareness is made to how you can know what is going on at sea, and the technical to have to understand what is going on. You can use the satellite emerging system, or you can based on the AIS or the autonomous identification system, or the vessel, the fishing vessel you can base on the VMS. So you can use the different technology for the maritime domain awareness. And here, my argument is here is one the country can share the information because now, for example, the United the European Union has as well the project like Mario, and they have their own maritime domain awareness with the different approach to share the information. Or I think I know that for example the United Nations, they have some a platform for the maritime domain awareness. And here, India has as well the expertise in maritime domain MDA, because we have the fusion center. So that's why I wanted to share that the MDA is help us to know more about what is going on in the ocean. It's a very big, vast space, and we cannot know without the technology. So I hope I want to share some thought about the two questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Captain Khurana?
So, about the first question, why is India not investing in ASEAN in terms of, I guess what you mean is hardware capacity building, right? You see, it's not that India is not investing. For instance, I didn't figure in my slides that after Philippines, India is going to give sell Indonesia the BrahMos missile. Of course, Indonesia's elections are due next year, and so they are just waiting to take a decision. So we are doing that. But I sort of agree with you that we should have been doing much more than we have been doing. The answer, the why of it lies in. Remember, I told you about various forms of power, national power. One of them is science and technology power. Now, science is different from technology. You may get BrahMos missile from Russia, and you may, under license from Moscow, you will replicate it and build it and you will sell it. But that, you see, no country, including Russia, will give you this science behind it that you have to develop in your own country. You have to make mistakes and develop. They will give you know-how, which means to assemble and even manufacture. Know why is the science that takes decades and decades and decades for a country to learn. And the Chinese have also started the same way that we started as developing countries, but they did mistakes. They begged, borrowed, stole. They did reverse engineering and they learned. We did not. That is one of the, and when you are building ships for export or any kind of hardware for support, you can't, it's not like an Apple that you sell somebody and forget about it. You have to give life cycle support. And again, it's not that we are not doing it, we are doing it, but we are taking baby steps. The first ship that we exported and built specifically for a foreign country was Mauritius in 2015. And that's how Prime Minister Modi went there and talked about Sagar. And then bureaucratic hurdles are another problem. You see, it's not a naval issue, it's a whole of government approach. We have to have a synergized government policy. For that, you cannot have siloized departments, MEA not talking to Indian Navy, the Ministry of Defense not talking to MEA. We have to get over all this. Only then we can synergize. That's why smaller countries, I was telling somebody during tea time, like Singapore and Vietnam, they're going to race past us, despite what Dr. Javid told you about India's youth size and comparable GDP. Okay, so second question, cyber domain awareness. Yeah, it's all about monitoring, right? It's defensive. There are two aspects of cyber warfare, right? One is defensive, one is offensive. We are not talking about offensive because in any case, offensive goes into the classified domain. And in any case, cyber domain awareness means defensive. So, of course, there are naval platforms which can be affected by cyber attacks. There can be merchant ships which can be affected. A whole lot of infrastructure of a country can be affected. And therefore, defensive cyber operations comes under the purview of a national agency, related agency, which is made and established to protect the national critical infrastructure against cyber attacks. Now, at sea, when the naval ships are operating at sea, there's a different kind of challenge. They are not connected with the internet, so there's an air gap. But nonetheless, despite the air gap, there is a possibility of a cyber attack against the communication of various ships, submarines and aircraft, as well as their action information systems. So that has to be protected. For that, we have to have algorithm, which we have. And that is one of the reasons why the Americans were not very happy to give us, systems just like that without signing that agreement from CASA and SISMOA. So these are the important fundamental issues which you must understand for this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think we have run out of time. So it really falls upon me to thank both our panelists and also the audience for a very engaging session. There is one point which I thought I should mention in closing, and which is about, when we talk about strategy, strategic planning, national security, and national interest. Sometimes in our present day discussions, you often are left with the impression that national interest is the same as national security. And therefore, by implication, strategic planning is national security planning. But actually, strategic planning is something much wider than national security planning. And similarly, national security is not the same thing as national interest. So when we talk about cooperation with Vietnam or cooperation with Indonesia, the idea should be not to narrow the frame into a highly securitized sphere, but rather to expand it to see as to how you develop economic cooperation, cultural cooperation, different forms of technological and science and technology cooperation. Because if you securitize your relationship based on your perspective of a third power, it will in the end be a self-limiting exercise. Because in the end, India-Indonesia relations or India-Vietnam relations have to grow on a sustainable basis based on their own potential and the complementarities that exist. So which is where the question of strategy comes in rather than just national security. National security is important, but it is a part of your overall strategic approach. I thought I would leave that thought with you. And may I again thank the organizers for having organized this very, very stimulating conference and this session and having invited me for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raghavan. We thank you for all your insights and for chairing the session so well and maintaining to the time. It actually felt as if you were here with us. So thank you so much, sir. Now I would kindly request Dr. Khurana to felicitate Raghavan, sir. Since he's not here, I would request Vatsman, sir, to take it on his behalf.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So we'll be heading to session 3. The session will be presided over by Dr. Madhumati Deshpande, who's the coordinator of our department. And I would also want the speakers on stage. So, Miss Patricia, can we please have you on stage? Miss Shani? And Mr. Sarthak?
I think, good afternoon, everyone. I think we can start the panel discussions. We have two panels discussing on two different topics. So we have Ms. Saini Rana, Graduate Scholar, International Relations, Peace Studies and Public Policy, St. Joseph's University. And we have Ms. Patricia Sherlin, again from Stella Maris College and also research affiliate for Center for East Asian Studies. We have Ayushi Atri, postgraduate scholar, Department of International Relations, Amity University. And we have Sarthak here, postgraduate scholar, Department of International Studies, Political Science and History from Christ University. The panel is divided into two, and they will be discussing on two different topics. I will try and introduce the topics, and we also have discussants who will ask them questions based on their presentations. So the first panel is India-ASEAN Partnership on Climate Change, Challenges and Opportunities, wherein Ms. Saini Rana will talk about the challenges and Ms. Patricia Sherlin will talk about the opportunities. And the next panel will be on India-ASEAN Economic Cooperation, Present Sense and Future Tense. Okay, so I will again introduce that after this panel is done discussing it. So over to Saini.
Hello everyone, this is Shayani Rana and currently I am pursuing my undergraduate degree from St. Joseph's University. The year of 2023 is special indeed as we celebrate the 30 years of India-ASEAN Partnership. The 18th East Asian Summit and the 28th ASEAN-India Summit was conducted this year, which was attended by the Prime Minister. In the East Asian Summit, the digital transformation, infrastructure, terrorism took a central stage. The Prime Minister also introduced a 12-stage plan on fostering collaboration between India and ASEAN states. In the summit, he invited ASEAN countries to join a coalition for disaster-resilient infrastructure, further calling cooperation in disaster management. Prime Minister has called for a cooperative approach to address global challenges of climate change and resilient supply chains for essential items, include food and medicines, and for energy security. Hence, as I continue with my presentation, I would be focusing on the aspects of energy, disaster management, food security, and biodiversity. Hence, beginning with biodiversity, I would like all of you to focus on the three goals over here. First is goal 14, goal 15, and then goal 16. Goal 14 talks about life below water, whereas goal 15 talks about life on land. Both these combined together, we can get a very comprehensive picture on biodiversity. As you see this table, we will understand that India and ASEAN, the ASEAN countries, both have scored significantly bad in both goal 14 as well as goal 15, indicating the biodiversity not up to the mark. Now, just to go back, we have to look into ASEAN and India's collaboration on Green Fund. Green Fund was a project which was initiated by India and ASEAN in 2007. The project is in collaboration with the National Biodiversity Authority of India and the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. It funds policymakers, government officials, researchers, scholars, forest biologists, professors from universities of ASEAN countries and India. while they work on biodiversity issues to improve biodiversity of the countries. Hence, as we look at the 2021 report of SDG, we understand that the main purpose of the Green Fund is yet to be achieved. However, looking further into the report, we also understand that the rank of India is much lower than the rank of ASEAN countries, which makes us understand that somehow the approaches to policy and the success rates of these policies, while looking at matters of climate change and biodiversity, is not aligned with one another and also very varying. Something which we can understand also by looking at goal 16, where we see that some countries have performed relatively better than the other. Next, I will be looking into the sector of renewable energy. The differences in India and the ASEAN countries can be very well understood in sectors relating to renewable energy as well. India stands fourth globally in renewable energy installed capacity. However, its contribution in helping ASEAN countries develop its own renewable energy cannot be seen much. India in the 18th East Asian Summit has mentioned of energy security. However, ASEAN poses challenges which makes it a vulnerable partner to invest in. First will be the national determined contributions. The national determined contributions are basically the number which is given by the country in the 2015 Paris Agreement. It's more like a commitment of the countries telling you this much percentage of carbon emission I am going to reduce by 2030. Now, the NDC which is given by ASEAN countries first vary from one another. Second, the mean of the NDCs of all this country is 23%, which is relatively low as compared to countries like India and Pakistan. Despite having low NDC, ASEAN has also stated its inability in meeting these goals by 2030, which shows us that ASEAN is probably not the best option for India to invest in. Secondly, the 2023 CCPI report. It indicates that the quality of the countries in making climate policies differ from one another. While Vietnam ranks a middle in terms of their quality, Philippines and Thailand is low. Malaysia got a very low criteria, while India ranked high in this regard. Third is the carbon emission per capita. The carbon emission per capita for majority of ASEAN countries is far more than India's. India has 1.6 metric ton emission, whereas for Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam, it's much more than that. Further, there is lack of affiliation of these countries individually and as a group to the international organizations which are specifically focusing on renewable energy development. Only Cambodia is a member for international solar alliances, and Malaysia and Philippines participate in the Friends of Fossil Fuel Subsidy Reform. No ASEAN members participate in any initiatives like the Cartagena Dialogue or the Carbon Neutrality Coalition. However, although the countries have recently released its plan on carbon neutrality. However, the ASEAN countries are also affiliated to the Asian Gulf Industry Federation, which is based in Singapore. Although they are affiliated with some intergovernmental organization, they do not have much impact globally.
Shiny, you have just 2 minutes left. Song is over.
Okay, so I'll be quick. Now looking at the other difficulty is one, the geographical differences. ASEAN countries are not capable of harnessing every type of renewable energy. Looking at the report which was released in 2022, Indonesia and Philippines are the only countries which have potential in harnessing geothermal energy. then Vietnam and Philippines, Indonesia have potential of harnessing wind energy. In fact, Vietnam is one of the largest producers in renewable energy in the region, producing almost 41.6% of all renewable energy as produced in the region. This makes us come to the conclusion that there is a point of conflict that might happen between Vietnam and other ASEAN countries, because Vietnam is soon to exhaust its hydro generating capability and have already started importing energy from other countries. ASEAN itself has an integrated grid for exchanging renewable energy to solve this issue of geographical differences. However, if we look at it, India too has a similar program under the International Solar Alliances. Sadly, only Cambodia is part of it, but is yet to ratify. Now I'll be looking at the disaster management problem. ASEAN represents one of the vulnerable regions of the world, showing the climate which is vulnerable to climate change. 5 of world's 20 most risk countries are part of ASEAN, which are Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam. Now to tackle this problem, ASEAN has already released a program in 2009 called the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response. However, it needs funds and more assistance from other countries as well. India itself is very much experienced with providing humanitarian assistance and disaster risk management. However, it has done so only for the SAARC nations and nations which are in its neighboring region. Which is why ASEAN countries have always been dependent on other countries. Safe to say, China is one of those countries which has always contributed with ASEAN, and because China has already taken the sphere where they are collaborating with the ASEAN nations, giving them technology as well as financial aid, it is very difficult for India to even enter that trade.
Yeah, last slide. That's it.
Now, as for food security, I won't take much of your time. This is the year of El Nino, and obviously it's going to have impact on agriculture and fishing. Now, if we look at the previous El Nino, which came in 2015, 2016, India's import and export with the ASEAN countries has declined by 14% and 21% respectively. This time, as India put a partial rice ban in August, we can expect similar thing to happen this year as well. Now, ASEAN India had released a joint statement on strengthening food security and nutrition. However, in the statement, they have told about exchanging their national policy framework. Now, if we look into it, India is already discussing and reviewing its FTA policy with ASEAN. So accomplishing the statement which is mentioned in the ASEAN India joint leader statement is much from likely to happen. Hence, with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone gathered here. My name is Patricia Sherlin from Stella Maris College, and it is an honor to be here today and present on the topic India-ASEAN Partnership on Climate Change Opportunities. As someone deeply passionate about climate change and because of its momentousness, I find immense pleasure in presenting you this topic, which encourages cooperation and change. Before we delve into the details, I would like to address this question. Why is cooperation necessary? Climate change is a global concern of special relevance to Southeast Asia, a region that is both vulnerable to the effects of climate change and a rapidly increasing emitter of carbon dioxide. From 1990 to 2020, carbon dioxide emissions in Southeast Asia have grown more rapidly than in any other region of the world. According to International Energy Agency, the region is responsible for about 6.5% of global carbon dioxide emissions in 2020, producing about 1.63 gigatons of carbon dioxide. The effects of this are evident in the region's global warming, environmental damage, and in its economy. Extreme weather conditions, rising sea levels, scarcity of water, drought, combined with the loss of biodiversity and ecological degradation like soil erosion and coral bleaching, call for immediate action. The ADB estimates that climate change could cut 11% of the region's GDP by the end of the century, as it takes a toll on its key sectors such as agriculture, tourism, and fishing, along with affecting human health and labor productivity. And finally, the ramifications of climate change are evident here in the region as typhoons and floods are becoming more intense and frequent. Long coastlines and heavily populated low-lying areas make the region vulnerable to extreme weather conditions and rising sea levels associated with global warming. Effectively addressing the ramifications of climate change necessitates collaborative and proactive global efforts. And now we look at what can be done to effect a change. One is through creating One is through creating development strategies that are sustainable. The countries must adapt to climate change caused largely by greenhouse gases that were emitted over decades, and it must also implement development strategies that are increasingly contributing towards reducing global warming. The region's growth and reliance on coal and oil must be altered to curb emissions and use cleaner energy sources. According to a study conducted by Asian Development Bank in 2016, benefits from avoided climate change and co-benefits strongly outweigh decarbonization costs, which means that we must invest in Southeast Asian region to increase the benefits. And co-benefits to climate stabilization offset many of its costs. It also suggests that climate stabilization will cost much more if implementing a stringent global climate agreement is delayed. Therefore, taking prompt action on advanced energy technology is essential to unlock the potential to mitigate impact. At this juncture, I would like to emphasize the importance of international assistance to collaborate and achieve global climate stabilization goals. I'm so sorry. Yes. It's just going between the two. Yeah, the other one. Yeah. Yeah. No, this is done. The next one. Yeah, this one. Yes. Here are some methods and sustainable alternatives for the usage of fossil fuels to reduce carbon emissions and mitigate climate change. Low carbon energy technologies can be implemented by promoting more transparent, sustainable, and high quality energy infrastructure development and financing. Transitioning to renewable energy is highly recommended for the region by increasing reliance on energy sources such as solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal power. While implementing these strategies, avoiding deforestation is also crucial to reducing decarbonization costs. As a solution, carbon capture and storage is a technology to capture CO2 produced from use of fossil fuels in industries, preventing CO2 from entering the atmosphere. This technology provides an opportunity for balancing economic growth and continued fossil fuel use with reduced emissions. Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam are prospects for attaining this technology, as these are among the fastest growing economies, producing about 200 million metric tons of CO2 emissions. Upholding the principle of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, ASEAN, through its power of liberal institutionalism, has utilized its abilities to facilitate cooperation between states. It aims to harmonize and align each country's efforts towards a climate-resilient region. It communicates with nations of their respective NDCs, as Sayani has explained, Furthermore, they promote clean energy transition in the region and assist the countries by forging partnerships for growth. Thank you. The relationship between ASEAN and India have expanded quickly, starting as a sectoral collaboration in 1992 and reaching full partnership status by 1995. The leaders praised Act East policy and mentioned that these initiatives might support ASEAN community building efforts. And India is also looking towards a more sustainable future in the region by collaborating thank you. Towards achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. With regard to addressing climate change, the ASEAN-India Summit held in 2007, India announced setting up of ASEAN-India Green Fund with an initial contribution of $5 million. Some of the areas identified for collaboration under the fund are climate change, energy efficiency, clean technologies, renewable energy, biodiversity conservation, and environmental education. In addition, India can also collaborate, strengthening ASEAN's capability and resilience to mitigate disasters, and by carrying out knowledge and technology transfer. Integration of biodiversity considerations into urban city planning and development can also be implemented as the regions carry similar geographical features. Now let's take a quick look at Singapore's plan for transitioning to solar energy and achieving net zero emissions by 2050. Singapore imports a lot of oil and gas, as we can see from the graph. And as Singapore faces a challenge because of its scarcity of land, it cannot harness nuclear, thermal, or hydroelectric power. And so Singapore turns to solar power. Even then, Singapore, due to its scarcity of land, would not be able to expand its solar power energy to that extent. And so, however, even though it faces the challenges where it could not produce renewable sources on its own, it is important because so that the solar energy, that even though it is produced less, can act as batteries which help to store excess solar energy during low demand and provide additional energy source during high demand. So through this case study of Singapore, we can see that countries need to ascertain their energy demands and formulate plans to meet their demand sustainably, making sure to avoid carbon emissions. If countries like Singapore that lack the natural endowments to harness solar, wind, and nuclear energy could go the extra mile, then countries that have vast terrain and resources should be given the assistance to transition to clean energy. Next slide, please.
Ms. Patricia, please.
Yes, ma'am. The 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development, Leave No One Behind and Reach the Furthest Behind First, invokes the principles of equality and non-discrimination and provides special attention to marginalized groups. This can also be applied towards climate change for a promising tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you to both panelists for bringing out the challenges and opportunities between India and ASEAN in the India-ASEAN partnership, especially with regards to climate change. I would like to invite Shruti to give her comments as a discussant.
Thank you so much for putting forth these points. I think some of the points were very well substantiated. First, I would like to thank Manoran sir for extending me this opportunity to be a discussant. First, let me go to Ms. Sayani. I really liked a lot of points that you put to the table because most of them were well substantiated, and you covered a lot of dimensions with regards to climate change cooperation, such as food security, biodiversity conservation, disaster resilience, and so on. But my only problem, or the only question that I would ask is, do you think there is no point in India and ASEAN cooperating with each other in terms of promoting climate change? Because it felt like you were taking a very absolute, a stance, and it kind of appeared that India and ASEAN cannot cooperate in terms of promoting climate change cooperation. This is what I kind of got from your presentation. Now, let me go to Ms. Patricia.
Um, yes, green infrastructure investments, harnessing renewable energy, deforestation, good solutions to combat climate change. But now tell me what are the opportunities that ASEAN and India can are present before the two stakeholders in order to promote climate change cooperation? Like you were telling a lot of things that both India and ASEAN should be doing to promote cooperation. Now tell me what has India and ASEAN been doing and what do you think is lagging in terms of them promoting climate cooperation? And how do you think, if you think they are lagging behind, how do you think you can rejuvenate how do you think both stakeholders can rejuvenate their initiatives? Um, yeah, and ASEAN India Green Fund, you were elaborating quite a bit on that. It was something that was introduced in 2007. It's what what do you think ASEAN and India has achieved until now in terms of utilizing this fund? What are the initiatives and projects implemented under this particular fund?
In light of the time that we have left, I would like to take a few questions and maybe you can answer all the questions together, the ones that Shruti has raised and also the ones that will come from the audience. So audience, if you have any questions, please, I see one hand up there. Back. Raise your hand again. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. So my question is to Seane. With India being one of the nation and ASEAN being a group of 10, how right it would be for ASEAN to compare their climate change efforts with India? Moreover, coming to the per capita energy consumption, while South Asia, specifically India, has a per capita energy consumption of 840 kilowatt hertz and ASEAN has a per capita energy consumption of 3000 kilowatts. So how do you think the efforts of the both countries can match and complement each other?
One more question, if there's any. Okay.
First, thank you so much for giving me the chair. Secondly, to answer your question, sorry, I don't remember your name. Obviously, it's very difficult for us to compare India and ASEAN because India is an individual country, and as you stated, ASEAN is a group of 10. The problem over here is the data which we have, although ASEAN releases it, it basically shows impact of individual countries. Even if you look at the NDCs, you don't get like a collective unit for it. You get how individual countries are giving a specific number and how individual countries are acting to like reach it. So this is one of the biggest issues with ASEAN, of course. Secondly, as per the energy sector, I have to look into it. And secondly, to Shruti, I think India and ASEAN still can collaborate. First is through India's space programs. India can use its space technologies to basically have a track of the typhoons or the tsunamis. They can update the ASEAN countries about it, and they can collaborate with AADMER in this aspect so that they can be well prepared for any disaster which is about to come. Secondly, another issue which ASEAN countries are facing right now in regards to disaster management is climate migration. So in that aspect as well, India can help a lot by not only financing, but also by giving its resources through humanitarian aid projects. Thirdly, India can also collaborate with ASEAN countries through Quad itself. We can see the Quad nations are acting very aggressively in the region, and they are also providing humanitarian assistance, although the assistance is mostly financial. So I think in these three aspects, they can easily work together.
Thank you, Shruti, for your. Yeah, now to answer your question, in my presentation, I have suggested a lot of changes to cooperation for cooperation. because there is not much data on India and ASEAN cooperating on land. Hence, it is for the future for them to cooperate. There are a lot of projects and there are a lot of discussions and meetings, but they are not yet to transpire and be implemented. Hence, my presentation was a wake up call for the nations to cooperate.
Saini, I have a follow-up question. Uh, do you think most of the initiatives between India and ASEAN are mostly theoretical and are still in the policy, at the policy level? Like, do you see that as a major challenge? Because we can't say both stakeholders lack the political will. Because even recently, India's renewable energy minister was telling how they wish to extend the one sun, one grid, one world initiative to the ASEAN states. So in this sense, we also see that you only mentioned in your presentation also that India recently invited ASEAN to be part of the coalition for disaster resilience. So in that sense, we actually see the political will between both stakeholders. They are interested in climate cooperation, but do you think they are still, very new? They're just taking baby steps, and most of these are just they just began like say in the 2020 and 2021. My next question to Ms. Patricia would be, uh, well, it's not like there have been no, sense of cooperation between ASEAN and India. Like, I mean, for instance, they also have set up the climate cooperation framework. For instance, there's this ASEAN India Plan of Action 2021 to 2025, where both stakeholders have identified certain priority programs, for instance, such as the risk assessment and monitoring, prevention mitigation, preparedness and response, resilient recovery, and so on and so forth. So I feel there are ample data available with regards to India ASEAN climate cooperation. I think we can read more on it.
I will let Sani answer once, and then I think we'll conclude.
Shruti, I do actually agree with you in this regard that even though there is a political will, they are taking baby steps and they are having policy related challenges, especially through implementation. As we have to understand that the ASEAN countries, even though they are 10, they are not as economically equipped as India, and they have far more challenges to tackle. And obviously, there is also political issues which are going on in their interaction with other countries as well. Because if they side with China, because China is one of the players in the region, then they can have a issue of facing debt. And then again, if they go too much into India's side, again, they can face geopolitical problems and backlash from China. So ASEAN, they themselves are trying to maintain a balance between all the players in the region, which is one of the issue which is hindering their progress.
Thank you very much to both the panelists and the discussant Shruti Sadashivam, who was our student in MA International Studies and is now the research officer at Chennai Center for China Studies. This is for all of you who might be inspired by Shruti to look for such positions after you pass out. And Shruti was always interested in the climate change discussions, even in the class as well. It warms my heart to say that it's the students who are talking about the climate change. So it's not coming from anybody or not being pushed on to the students to think about it. They are thinking about it. They are discussing it. They are questioning it. And this is the future that we are looking at. And that's actually great to hear. Both of you have prepared your topics very well, and you need to, again, a little bit more in-depth look into what actually is happening would probably be much better than just believing whatever the media tells you. And you both have good statistics to come back with on. But then, as Shruti pointed out, you need to really look at what has actually happened and maybe a little bit more primary sources of for information would be really helpful to you as well. Shruti will keep you on track, I guess. Thank you, Shruti, and thank you for the panelists. So the next next panel is on India-ASEAN Economic Cooperation, Present Sense and Future Tense. The first panelist is Ayushi Atri, and she's speaking on India-ASEAN Economic Cooperation, Present Sense. Atri is a postgraduate scholar, Department of International Relations, Amity University, and is also a research affiliate for the CEAS of our Christ University. India-ASEAN Economic Cooperation, Future Tense is by Mr. Sarthak Ahuja, who is our MA International Studies scholar, Department of International Studies.
Yes, ma'am. I hope I'm audible. May I begin?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction, ma'am. I'll dive into the topic. In the year 2022, India and ASEAN marked 30 years of their relations and became comprehensive strategic partners to strengthen economic ties and foster good governance in this region. This progressed from the earlier status of sectoral dialogue partners. Southeast Asia is a part of India's Look East policy, which was a precursor of Act East policy. This connection has now manifested into various sectors. For one, being the trade itself, which takes most of our economic cooperation. The evolving relations between India and ASEAN have a steady rise. Next slide, please. With India becoming a sectoral dialogue partner in 1992, to a full dialogue partner in December 1995, and later as a member of ASEAN's Regional Forum or ARF in July 1996. There has been also a signing of ITIGA, in ASEAN-India Trade in Goods Agreement in 2009, which led to tariff reductions and increasing trade between these two. The ASEAN-India Free Trade Area was also signed in November 2014, which covers domestic regulations, market access, and dispute settlement, so on. A parallel agreement was also signed in the year 2014, which was the ASEAN-India Investment Agreement, to ensure fair and equitable treatment for all of the party countries. The ASEAN-India Investment Agreement, or AIIA, was signed in November 2014 again. The agreement aims to strengthen and enhance economic, trade, and investment cooperation between these parties. Next slide, please. Next is our regional connectivity and supply chain resilience. Trade facilitation is vital for supply chain resilience. For instance, the Mekong-Ganga Cooperation connects India and 5 Southeast Asian nations through tourism, culture, education, and transport. However, this project still suffers from some challenges, such as infrastructural gaps, different policies between the countries, and the concerns of sustainability, which was just discussed by our other two panelists, along with other challenges. Such concerns can be addressed by the following steps. The first one can be unified policy approach. Regional trade policies should integrate trade facilitation and transport cooperation. The Asian Development Bank report also highlights the importance of cohesive trade strategy by addressing both custom procedures and transport connectivity. Bilateral coordination is especially important for countries to synchronize, develop, and prevent supply chain disruptions. A next step would be the inclusion and sustainability. Trade facilitation policies in Asia and Pacific should consider gender mainstreaming, inclusivity, and climate change, not ignoring the fact that most of the Southeast Asian countries are now very vulnerable to sea level rises. Third, we have digital advancement. In 2021, Singapore's Deputy Prime Minister urged India and ASEAN to boost digital connectivity to strengthen economic collaboration. Accelerating the implementation of WTO's Trade Facilitation Agreement also highlights the paperless trade practices, which is also crucial, as proved by the recent COVID-19 pandemic, that trade digitalization is the way ahead. The commitment to international economic corridors is praised, but addressing past challenges is essential. Beyond facilitating trade, modern transport and trade integration should align with the country's policy objectives of decarbonization, inclusivity, and technological advancement. Next slide, please. The third sector would be blue economy. The concept of blue economy refers to the sustainable and inclusive use of ocean resources, along with the promotion of economic growth and social well-being in the region. It highlights the importance of harnessing the potential of marine sector to drive economic development while also preserving marine environment. To understand this concept, let's begin with some examples of the blue economy initiatives between the two parties. For example, the undergoing ASEAN India Marine Transport Cooperation Agreement, which aims to enhance connectivity and facilitate the movement of goods and people through maritime routes. Now let's dive into some stats to grasp the significance of blue economy between ASEAN and India. According to World Bank, the ocean economy is estimated to be worth around $1.5 trillion per year, creating countless job opportunities. In ASEAN alone, the ocean sector contributes around 10% of region's GDP, highlighting its economic importance. By leveraging blue economy, countries can tap into the vast potential and create sustainable growth. Now, for a verifiable fact, the Sagamala initiative of India is a prime example of promoting blue economy. India has identified almost 400 projects involving port modernization, connectivity enhancement, port-led industrialization, and coastal community development under this initiative. It aims to harness over 7,500 kilometers long coastline and abundant marine resources to boost economic growth, create employment opportunities, and improve the overall standard of living for the coastal communities. ASEAN India joint statement on maritime cooperation on this very year in the month of September, parties have also emphasized on the very similar goals. The Saga concept was also reiterated at the Shangri-La Dialogue in 2018, which underscored India's vital role in advancing blue economy in the India-ASEAN region. However, considering all these good developments, it does not mean there are not challenges between these two. For instance, India has been advocating for a review of the ASEAN-India Trade and Goods Agreement (ITGA) due to reports indicating insufficient benefits to India. The ASEAN-India Summit meeting in 2022 also endorsed this review, emphasizing the need for a user-friendly, simple, and trade-facilitative ITGA. The focus is on enhancing trade efficiency and also exploring cooperation on a single window platform and promoting the development of MSMEs and new startups. While the mandate highlights simplifying rules and trade facilitation, it does not explicitly mention negotiation for increased market access commitments. Additionally, the changing competitive landscape in the region influenced by the agreements like RCEP and the ventures of BRI necessitates a comprehensive review to ensure ITGA's relevance for the coming decade. Next slide, please.
Ayushi, you have 2 minutes to finish.
Yes, ma'am, I am about to finish. The final recommendations would be utilizing bilateral diplomatic channels to build consensus and overcoming negotiation hurdles in ITGA before going to the multilateral forum, and to seek the review of ASEAN-India Trade and Services Agreement with the goods agreement parallelly while promoting its awareness to the stakeholders so they can also give their inputs. Next would be leveraging data analytics and artificial intelligence to map pollution sources, track plastic movement, and identify hotspot for interventions within the blue economy, which would later, in total, will give a unified policy approach. To conclude, I would like to say, from look east to act east, the history between the two illuminates the enduring impact of shared aspirations and concreted efforts that have contributed to the collective progress of nations within the Indo-Pacific region. Notwithstanding the challenges, India is not the only player in the ASEAN economy. There are bigger players like China playing a bigger role in the region. BRI is a multifaceted phenomena that is changing the Southeast Asia's strategic environment. India must continue to develop a strategic alliance in Southeast Asia while also promoting economic integration and also defending the values of transparency and sustainability as a responsible regional participant with shared benefits and inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ayushi. Mr. Sathak now will be speaking on Indo-ASEAN Economic Cooperation Future Tense.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Center for East Asian Studies and Chennai Center for China Studies for this opportunity for me to present in front of you. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so I would like to divide my presentation into three parts first. First, I would like to speak about defense trade. Second, I would like to speak about regional connectivity. And finally, I would like to highlight the importance of digital economy in India-ASEAN cooperation. So with the defense part, I would like to start with as India is positioning itself as a defense exporter and ASEAN is a potential market for its India's defense indigenous equipments. From 2017 to 2021, India has exported its 50% of exports to Myanmar, 25% to Sri Lanka, and 11% to Armenia. India also signed a major defense deal with Philippines that was worth $375 million for the BrahMos missiles, which actually made India a potential defense exporter for ASEAN. Next, India also extended a $100 million line of credit to Vietnam when recently our Defense Minister Rajnath Singh visited Vietnam. So obviously that money was used by Vietnamese Navy to purchase 12 speed patrol boats. So that's how India is promoting defense trade with ASEAN. I can give more examples. We are also collaborating with Singapore in research and development. We have given remote control air station to Myanmar worth $6 lakh. And can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So this post that you see, it created a lot of buzz on social media. It is a very interesting case study that I would like to highlight in front of you. So this is not a social media promotion here. This is a representation of India's indigenous sector that we have. How we are promoting it, how we are positioning ourselves that we are a trustable defense partner. Tejas is not just an aircraft, but a representation of India's self-reliance. Can you go to the next slide, please? Next, I would like to talk about the regional connectivity initiatives. India is currently working with ASEAN on multiple connectivity projects. First is Mekong Ganga cooperation that was highlighted by my co-panelist Ayushi. I will be focusing on India-Myanmar Trilateral Highway and Kaladan Multimodal Project. Next slide, please. So as you can see, this is the map of Kaladan Multimodal Project. As you can see, it starts from Kolkata, joins the Hooghly River into the Bay of Bengal, and through the maritime route, it connects the Sitwe port that is also redeveloped by India, then goes up through the Kaladan River and connects northeast through Myanmar. So next slide, please. Yeah, next I want to talk about the India-Myanmar Thailand Trilateral Highway. As you can see, starts again from Northeast India, connects Myanmar and Thailand. It's a 1,400-kilometer long highway, and it's 70% complete as per the last news report. India is very keen to extend it to Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam as well, maybe connected to a port in Cambodia or Vietnam. Next slide, please. So this is a map prepared by me, which talks about different ports that we have access to, and also the India-Myanmar Trilateral Highway and the India-Myanmar Kaladan Multimodal Project. So as you can see, we have Nha Trang Port in Vietnam, Changi Port in Singapore, and Sabang Port in Indonesia, and Sitwe Port obviously in Myanmar. So this gives an overall picture how we are pushing for regional connectivity with ASEAN. Obviously, this connectivity will help boost tourism first. As we know, there is a lot of tourists that goes from India to Thailand. And this India-Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highway will not only boost tourism, but also people to people and cultural ties. Next slide, please. Now I would like to talk about digital economy. I would like to put forth the point of World Economic Forum. So ASEAN is the fastest growing internet market in the world right now. Around 125,000 new internet users, join the internet from the ASEAN countries. ASEAN digital economy is projected to cross $1 trillion in the next 10 years. And next slide, please. So now talking about India's digital economy, as you know, we have a very solid digital public infrastructure and obviously the unified payments interface, the UPI. I remember watching a video of our foreign minister, Dr. Jaishankar, last year, where he was talking about he went to Washington, D.C., where his son resides, and they went to a restaurant where they were asked to produce a COVID certificate, a vaccination certificate. And his son, a US resident, he was meddling through his wallet to find that piece of paper of that COVID certificate. Whereas the foreign minister just pull up his phone and open the COVID app, and he could just show it to the owner or the waiter that yes, he is vaccinated. So that certainly shows how strong and concrete our digital public infrastructure is. Obviously, I would like to highlight the COVID app, the Aadhaar app, and obviously student favorite, the DigiLocker. And these growing economies of ASEAN, like Indonesia, Philippines, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, they are growing digital economies, and India can be a torch bearer for them in the light of digital economy. I would like to highlight the recent announcement of real-time payment system that we had done with Singapore, where India's UPI and Singapore's PayNow had collaborated, and we go ahead with 100 transactions a day. And we are going with, it opens a lot of opportunities for India and Singapore to collaborate in digital economy, and through Singapore, a further collaboration with ASEAN countries. So here I would like to end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarthak, for quick presentation. And now I'd like to request Ms. R. Madhumita, Research Officer at C3S, who's the discussant, to make her remarks.
Thank you, ma'am. First off, I'd like to thank CEAS and C3S for giving me this opportunity to be on this panel. And I'd like to thank Ayushi and Sarthak, who actually were very enthusiastic and hardworking and reached out to me before the panel, and we had a few discussions. So thank you for that. I'm really happy with how both your presentations really complemented each other. Ayushi, yours was what I really liked about yours is how you went very systematically and you gave a really good picture of the kind of economic cooperation, or at least attempts that India and ASEAN have made from 1992 to now. So thank you for that, Ayushi. And Sarthak, you touched on very vast sectors, very important points of cooperation for both parties. So thank you and congratulations to both of you. So when I was speaking with them, I told them it won't be like any sort of interrogation session. So just to keep that promise, I'll be asking them a few questions, a little bit on their opinion, and just to fill in any gaps that they have left out. And if they can't answer or anything like that, we'll just be having a sort of discussion. So it'll be very, not a very, no interrogation. So my first question is to Ayushi. Ayushi, so I wanted to ask you, one thing that I felt was missing in your presentation was also mentioned this morning, the RCEP, or the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. This was pushed in 2010 by ASEAN, and China also pushed for it in 2011. And over the decade, India was part of the discussions, but in 2019, we decided to pull out of the partnership. And just to give you a few reasons, one was the typical economic argument to protect domestic industries. The other was also a China has, like Sir mentioned in the morning, China has a huge presence in RCEP, and India did not want its domestic markets to be flooded with Chinese goods. So, because you've done a good reading of the kind of deals we've signed with ASEAN, in your opinion, could you discuss? Do you have a sense of what are the failings of RCEP? Why India chose to back out? Do you think it was a good move? And I mean, if you've not done extensive research on that, just as a student of, as a learner of economics, any guesses that you have, your thoughts basically?
The two reasons you have cited are would have been the same that I would have said. The problems we have RCEP are also the reasons we want to review ITGA. For instance, the ASEAN countries complain to us about why India is very protectionist about their agricultural products. And the complaints we have with ASEAN countries are that there are many countries part to ASEAN. So some countries have declined their only, for instance, Philippines has declined only 50% of the tariffs. Some countries are holding their deal only to 70%, 50%. So these are some problems we are facing already in a agreement which has been cited. And where India sort of have opinion of its own with much external influence. In a agreement like RCEP, there are bigger players like China, and China has certainly a bigger hold in Southeast Asia. So that is why India had backed out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayushi. That was a very nice answer, particularly because you touched upon the fact that, Indian agriculture, a lot of small and medium-sized farmers lauded the government's move not to join RCEP because they felt strongly that they would be wiped out immediately if we had joined the RCEP. So that is very key. Just to add to that, there was a lot of caution around joining because we were concerned about also our textile sectors and also our automobile sector, which cannot at the moment compete with ASEAN. So to add to that also, there are some pros to joining the RCEP, right? So Sarthak, could you tell me what do you think would be the pros of joining the RCEP?
First of all, the pros of RCEP would be greater economic integration, as China has a lot of grip in the ASEAN economy. India could also benefit from their growing markets. That these agreements could also provide them cheap goods and also promote our local industries. I mean, but there's a downside to it as well. As China is also part of RCEP, it would flood our market with Chinese goods as well and hinder our local markets. But on the positive side, it will also empower our local markets.
Thank you, Sarthak. So that was also a really nice answer. To just deepen that, one of the major pros of joining the RCEP would have been the increased productive capacity that India could have reaped, particularly with cases like Japanese investment. These have often led to productivity gains in our own economy, which has placed us much better off. But it's difficult to tell exactly because it is a hypothetical. We don't know how far the investment could have been beneficial. And the other thing also is that it could have deepened our pockets towards investment from other countries and particularly ASEAN countries. So if we take it as it is right now, Singapore is the highest investor in India from abroad. The highest FDI followed by USA. And it's interesting because even though over these past few years we have economic cooperation with ASEAN, in terms of investment, it's really been Singapore that's been leading the game. And with Singapore, India has been reaping the rewards of these investment through bilateral dialogue rather than through ASEAN. So I think that's also something for us to think about in terms of economic cooperation. How far are we drawing in the FDI that we really could be drawing in? So this is a final question, and it's common to both of you. So based on your research and your opinion, what do you think is the single, I think if you had to choose, do you think, what would you say is one point where India needs to push its cooperation in ASEAN? Just before you answer, I'll just make a few remarks as well. So I wanted to say that I was really happy to note that even though there were two different panel discussions, the topics really began to converge at a point, because in Mr. Modi's 12-point program to integrate India and ASEAN better, released in 2023, he mentioned a lot about the newer kind of economic cooperation that we want to focus on, because we've been more protectionist in terms of protecting automobiles, textiles, farms. So he's been pushing for more of collaboration in terms of digital public infrastructure, climate friendly technology, and food security. So this is something that the previous panel also touched upon. And at this stage, this is how our economic cooperation looks like. So yeah, taking into consideration all of this, how would you guys respond to this? Ayushi, go first, and then Sathi.
Okay, the most important point I think both countries need to work on is streamlining the transportation and also the coordination between the countries. Because when you launch any kind of project, there are visa arrangements, background security checks, cross-border tariffs, duty procedures, which need to be streamlined before any project. If these things are already discussed upon, and these as I talked about, a unified policy approach, if these are already intact in place, then the launch of and the working of other projects would be smoother. That is all.
In my point of view, first is the regional connectivity that we need to work on. We have launched the India Myanmar Kaladan multimodal project, but it's not yet launched. We have prepared it, everything is ready. But due to political instability in Myanmar, it has not been launched. And second thing is the Indian Myanmar Thailand trilateral highway that I also discussed in the PPT. It's 70% done, but it was to launch in 2019, and till now it is not launched. And these are only three major projects that we are focusing on. And we have such a good land connectivity with so much ASEAN countries, like we can access them through land, Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, but we are doing so little, we are investing so little in the regional connectivity. And I think India needs to push for a regional connectivity more than the other points that I have focused on. Thank you.
In light of time again, if there is any question, I'll take one question. And I think we'll have to cut it there because we already have our guest for the validity session here.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Sarthak. So my question is to Sarthak Ahuja. So as he has mentioned about the digital infrastructure, which is indeed very commendable initiative from the side of India, but I have a question in this line, but not very much related to your topic when you're talking about ASEAN as such. So there has been a huge breach of data when it's related to COVID data. It's a recent breach of 81 crores Indians of 81 crore Indians. For India to be a true torchbearer of digital infrastructural development, don't you think there should be a little more accountability or acknowledgement of such security compromises by the state of India?
Definitely, you are completely right in this. And India needs to work on its data breaches. Every day, I mean, not just COVID, there was Aadhaar data leaked a few months ago as well. So India, it has a good digital infrastructure, no doubt, but it needs to work on protecting that data as well. So yes, I agree with the point.
refuses to work from now on. Okay. I think no, we'll have to close the session because we are running short of time. Thank you to both the panelists on this panel and to the discussant, Ms. Madhumita, for bringing up the topics that that are for now and for future. There are many more things that India and ASEAN can be doing together, and this is we were discussing the economic and the climate change. We also have to keep in mind as we say, I mean, as we look at the sites are also not just set on India. There's the whole world to look at. Okay, so that makes India to take charge and to take note that if they want to be attractive for partnerships, they themselves have to change. We have to change our own internal structures. We have to change our own privacy sector, as he was talking about, and also strengthen our own security, strengthen our own manufacturing to make it more attractive for ASEAN countries to come towards India. Why do we not have so much partnership, and why, I mean, she was asking us, why is the partnership stuck in some different places, is because they do have other alternatives. We are not the only option for ASEAN countries. They do have China, they have all of the United States, Australia, New Zealand, all the countries that they have the option to go towards. So if you have to be attractive, then we have to repair whatever we have. We have to make ourselves much stronger for other countries to be attracted towards India. And that's one of the things I think we can do. And it's one of the things that is also for the future as well. So thank you for all the panelists. And I'm very happy to note about the student contributions. And as Admiral Watson was pointing out in the morning, we need to have these student sessions so that we know that the students, what students are thinking, and direct them in the right way so that we have better future for all of us. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Madhumati ma'am, for chairing the session so well and maintaining to the time. Can I please request Mr. Andrew Collister to felicitate Madhumati ma'am with the token of appreciation? Ma'am, can I please request you to felicitate our students also? Ms. Shaini Rana. Shaini, you can come on stage, please. Ms. Patricia? Ms. Shruti? Mr. Sarthak? And Ms. Madhumita? Thank you, ma'am. We will now move on to the valedictory session. It is my pleasure to call upon Mr. Andrew Collister, Counsel at the Australian Consulate General in Bengaluru and a career officer with the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Prior to his posting, he was on DFAT's ASEAN desk, leading on the social cultural pillar of ASEAN-Australia relations, including climate change. He served as Vice Counsel at the Australian Consulate General in Chennai from 2018 to 2021. Earlier, he was a member of Australia's delegation to trade negotiations on the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and served on DFAT's Vietnam's and Cambodia's desk. He holds a Master of International Relations and a Bachelor's of Commerce Economics from the University of Melbourne. We welcome you, sir, to deliver the valedictory address.
Thank you very much for those kind words of introduction, and thank you for that applause. As I come to the stage, I want to acknowledge Christ University, the Centre for East Asian Studies, for inviting me here today. He's just also left the room, but I want to acknowledge the Chennai Centre for China Studies and Commodore Vasan. It's a really great thing to bring students together for international relations discussions. It makes me still feel like a student myself, even though I left uni 8 years ago. And it's a really pleasure to engage here in South India, talking international relations, because of course, South India has its own unique approach to India's external relations, born from centuries of maritime engagement and cultural engagement with the Indian Ocean region, including Australia and ASEAN. So it's a pleasure to be talking about ASEAN centrality in the Indo-Pacific. It's a topic close to Australia and India's interests. And as mentioned, it's close to my heart. As before coming here, I worked on our ASEAN desk for 18 months, including leading on climate change relations. And previously, I worked on the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership as part of the negotiating delegation, including with India. So I'm very familiar with those discussions we were having just before. I'm going to talk quickly, but I'll talk about three things today. I'll talk about Australia's strategic outlook, which hasn't really been mentioned so far. I'll talk about Australia's relationship with India and how we work together. And then I'll talk about how ASEAN and ASEAN centrality is essential to both of these things. So Australia. Australia, to a lot of young people like yourself, could be a land of cricket, kangaroos, and Chris Hemsworth, but we have strategic interests too. And our interest in a region that is peaceful, stable, and prosperous, that operates by rules, standards, and norms, where each country can pursue its own aspirations, where no country dominates and no country is dominated. Now, we work with partners to achieve this. We work with ASEAN. We work with the Pacific Islands Forum. We work with the Quad, and of course with AUKUS. But Australia, when you think of Australia, people think of the East Coast. They think of Sydney. They think of Melbourne. But Australia has one of the longest Indian Ocean coastlines of any country, and we are responsible for its largest search and rescue zone, which also means we share an Indian Ocean coastline with India. So let's talk Australia's relationship with India, and we'll get beyond the cricket. The Australia-India partnership is led first and foremost by people. Over 1 million Indian tourists and students visit Australia every year. Many of them stay. 1 in every 25 Australians claim Indian heritage, our fastest growing and second largest diaspora community. In 2020, our Prime Ministers agreed a comprehensive strategic partnership, which outlined agreements to work together in more than 10 broad areas of cooperation, including science, technology, and research collaboration, defence cooperation, and education, culture, tourism, and people-to-people ties. In the economic space, we have a trade agreement in force, and we are looking to deepen two-way trade and investment. We are launching new climate initiatives in green steel and hydrogen, critical minerals, and innovation and technology. In 2023, saw more visits between Australia and India than ever before. We've had 19 Australian ministers come to India and 6 Indian ministers go to Australia in 2023. Our Prime Minister came to India twice, and Prime Minister Modi visited Australia. Most recently, our Foreign and Defence Ministers came for the 2+2 meeting in New Delhi and also the Cricket World Cup final. But also, most excitingly, Australia opened a new post in Bangalore this year, our 5th diplomatic presence in India. This post covers Karnataka and Telangana in recognition of the globally significant technology clusters emergent in these states and great partners like Christ University, who we look forward to visiting much more often. So Australia and India work together in the region under a comprehensive strategic partnership through the Quad, through regional architecture and the multilateral system. We're making a choice to do what we can, together and separately, to shape a region that is peaceful and predictable, governed by accepted rules and norms where all of us can cooperate, trade and thrive. And this vision is grounded in respect for sovereignty. So how does ASEAN fit into all this? So both our countries have strong connections to the people of Southeast Asia, including through migration, education exchanges and tourism. Over 1 million Australian residents claimed an ASEAN country as their country of birth in our latest census. Over 1 million Australians have ASEAN ancestry and over 800,000 speak an ASEAN language. So similar numbers to India. Strategically, we see ASEAN at the centre of a stable, peaceful and prosperous and secure region where all states contribute to a strategic equilibrium, where states pursue their own aspirations, and as before said, where no country dominates and no country is dominated. We were ASEAN's first dialogue partner in 1974, and today we continue to collaborate closely on the region's trade and economic agenda through ASEAN-led regional architecture, such as the East Asia Summit, the ASEAN Regional Forum, and the ASEAN Defence Ministers Meeting Plus. And we strongly support the principles and the practical implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. While we have strong relationships with all ASEAN member states, it is ASEAN that provides the vital fabric that binds our region together. For example, under the economic pillar, we support work on digital trade standards, connectivity and sustainable infrastructure, and we are supporting the implementation of RCEP, the largest free trade agreement in the world. Under the socio-cultural pillar, we support ASEAN's health security programs, promote safe and fair labour migration, and bolster ASEAN bodies' capacity to respond to human-induced crises. And under political security, we work to counter human trafficking and support ASEAN's agenda on women's empowerment and women, peace and security. No one country could do that alone, and outcomes like these can only be achieved by working collectively with an organization like ASEAN. So if you go away with one thing about ASEAN today, think about this. ASEAN is the primary norm-setting body in the Indo-Pacific region, and it is unmatched convening power, bringing together all the key players in the Indo-Pacific through its architecture. No individual country has that power. So thank you for inviting me to give a valedictory speech today. I really look forward to hearing in the future about the research you undertake in Australia, on the Indo-Pacific, and even across the world, and learning about the ways that we can work together in future. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights. Now I would request Mr. Ashwin to kindly felicitate sir with the token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir. Now I will call upon Ms. Shruti Sadashivan, Research Officer C3S, and Mr. Ashwin Dhanawal, Project Associate and Senior Research Affiliate CEAS, to sum up the key takeaways from the conference.
A warm good afternoon to you all, and good morning for a few of you. My name is Ashwin Dhanawal. I'm the Project Associate here at the Center for East Asian Studies, Christ University. So the title of the program, as you all know, was on ASEAN centrality in the Indo-Pacific, prospects, challenges for security, peace, and prosperity. You know, the sessions were action-packed, and that is why I'd like to share a few highlights with you all that were like takeaways from me. We had eminent speakers from India and Southeast Asia speaking on a multitude of topics that did justice to the program's title. The topics and themes complemented each other really well, and I think all of you would resonate with it. As Commodore Vasan sir highlighted, the whole careful trajectories and the historical connection to Southeast Asia sort of laid the whole foundation of the session. And I'm so happy that we got to hear from you in person, sir. Noting what our Vice Chancellor sir mentioned on ASEAN's evolution and how they came together, to then eventually forming a complex yet interconnected interplay of Indo-Pacific countries was super important. Coming to the three topics that I think were a few great highlights that I got from, I'll also not take up much time. The first would be the rise of Asia. There were a lot of discussions on how Asia would be the next economic focal point, and within Asia, how ASEAN would play the key role in it. Even with all the wars happening in the West, as well as the conflicts, there's so many studies and research going around to see how it impacts ASEAN and the economic trade that happens through these countries. The second I'd want to touch upon is understanding China. The challenge with understanding China is understanding what tactics it uses, be it traditional and non-traditional. And I think one of the speakers highlighted how China used certain nationalistic traditional tools to tackle non-traditional elements. So there's a lot of gray area in that. And lastly, cooperating with ASEAN. I think we all need to learn from each other. And even as Andrew highlighted, we need to have more further people-to-people connections and build a cooperative, a regional cooperation, starting from the Bay of Bengal, the Arabian Sea, moving forth to the Indian Ocean, and then eventually the Indo-Pacific. And I think that's what is something that we should all, as young scholars, need to work towards. There were so many questions raised, and I think those questions sort of answered all the questions that we had thought of before formulating this whole session. Thank you, audience. I know it was a long day, but apart from the panelists, your questions made this whole session very lively. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Ashwin, for covering certain points that were discussed during the course of the day. I'd be covering certain points which I think could be highlighted as well. Let me go. He had covered certain aspects on economic security. If you looked at the program schedule, the entire program schedule was designed in such a way that ASEAN and India's economic cooperation, strategic cooperation, and climate cooperation were discussed in detail with the day that we had. So moving on to maritime security, that session, Rear Admiral Jude Ong listed down the initiatives that Philippines must undertake in order to promote the state's maritime security, which involved modernizing Coast Guard, the Philippines Coast Guard and Navy, countering propaganda and disinformation. And he also emphasized on the need to promote a rules-based international order. Ms. Guen An Thu highlighted the grave security threats posed by China's maritime militia. She also suggested that it's important to establish a legal mechanism to conserve fisheries and to preserve the marine biodiversity. Ms. Jesselyn Tan beautifully brought out the issues concerning US submarine patrols and China's submarine patrols. She highlighted the challenges that emerges due to the unambiguousness of the UNCLOS, which proves to be a major hindrance in terms of establishing and securing and upholding the maritime security. Dr. Nguyen Thi Lan Huang discussed about the evolution of India-Vietnam Defense Strategic Partnership. She cited maritime domain security and cyber security as major areas where India and Vietnam could promote their defense strategic relations. Further, Dr. Captain Gurpreet Khurana suggested the common areas where India and Indonesia have been cooperating, such as the GMF and India's Act East policy. He suggested cyber domain awareness and information sharing and maritime domain awareness as various aspects and areas that India and Indonesia can prioritize to collaborate.
This is what I thought I should be talking. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Ashwin and Ms. Shruti, for an effective summarization. I would like to call upon Dr. Anurag to kindly felicitate Ashwin with a token of our appreciation. Mr. Ashwin.
He's gone somewhere. Come.
Ma'am, Dr. Purnami, if you could please felicitate. No, Miss Sapna. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, ma'am. I would now request Commodore Vasan, sir, to kindly felicitate Manoharan, sir. Thank you so much, Vasan, sir. I would now request Ms. Sapna Elsa Abraham, Senior Research Officer, C3S, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. It has been an honor to be part of the wonderful conference. And as the conference has come to an end, it is my duty to propose a vote of thanks. At the outset, on behalf of the entire team of C3S and CEAS, I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers who joined us in person and online and graced this occasion with their valuable insights. A special mention to Ms. Tu, who came all the way from Singapore and joined us here physically. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to thank Dr. Father Joe C.C., Vice Chancellor, Christ Deemed to be University, for delivering the inaugural address despite his busy schedule, and to Ambassador T.C.A. Raghavan for delivering the keynote address. Sincere thanks to Mr. Andrew Collister, Counsel at the Australian Consulate General, Bengaluru, for taking out time and delivering the valedictory address. Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to thank the audience, professors from the department, and the students. The students made the discussions very interactive with your insightful questions. And thank you for being with us today and making the conference a success with your presence. Sincere thanks to Center for East Asian Studies, Christ University, for collaborating with C3S, for organizing the conference and helping us with all the facilities. To the team of C3S and CEAS, led by Commodore R.S. Vasan and Professor Dr. Manoharan, sir, your guidance and leadership helped us to organize the conference in an efficient manner. Thank you so much, sir. To the team of both the organization, thank you for your hard work to ensure the conference was a success and everything went off smoothly. Last but not the least, a huge thank you to Ms. Shruti Sadashivam, Research Officer, who was a pillar of the conference. Thank you for your commitment shown to the conference, which gave soul to the entire discussion. We hope the students will be able to take a lot of valuable points from the conference, and we hope to host you all for the future events of C3S and CEAS. Thank you.
This brings us to the end of an exciting and enriching journey. I want to thank all the participants, speakers, and distinguished guests for being here with us today. I would kindly invite the guests, participants, and all the students for the refreshments. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
They didn't give anything to her.
It's okay.